today, but I think about you every day. Najua nilichoma, yeah. I take the blame. Juu tangu iyo day, I've never been the same. Find me at B&D off late kila weekendi. Nimekosana na wengi, lakini sisi I'm regretting. I know you know me well, usikate juu niko mlevi. Please don't hang up on me, niache niseme ukweli. I've been upset cause no one loves me better. Hata wanipende aje, na wapenda shingo upande. I know you're upset cause no one loves you better. Hata wakupende aje, utahepa someday. I'm not stalking you, niliona umepost pictures are cost. Your new man doing the most. You seem happy, you seem so happy. Called to let you know I'm taken but available for you. Bestie, bestie, ready, she a phone. Cause you don't understand.
Good morning. Good morning. We would like to start. So kindly you can take your seats for those who are still standing, so that we can start and get right on with the program. I hope you're all okay. My name is Diana Kaburu. I am with AUNYD as a past UN Youth Delegate. I am also an advocate of the High Court, and I practice the same as an corporate lawyer. So don't ask me about court. I'll know one or two things, but my expertise is on corporate law, and I'll try not to use any legal jargon here today. But I'm very excited to be your MC for the day. I hope everyone is sitting next to someone. I just want you to turn to person. Hopefully you don't know the person you're sitting next to. If you know, we're doing badly. Just for 30 seconds, just say hi to them, get to know what they do. 30 seconds on the clock. Just say hi. You can start by saying you look good today. Say hi, ask what they do, and why, and what is exciting about being here today. Ask them why they are excited to be here today. I'll ask a few people what they've said about being excited to be here today. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What did your colleagues say why they're happy to be here today?
Because she's passionate about the SDGs and peace and yeah.
Amazing, amazing. The 30 seconds are over. If it was an elevator pitch, let me ask this too. Why are you excited to be here? What did your neighbor say?
Oh my goodness. Repeat the question.
What did he say why he's happy to be here today? Or what brings him here?
Yeah, my neighbor is Enold Gekonge, working for an organization that's a youth-led organization, and is so much passionate in ensuring that the youths are involved and are empowered. Yeah.
That's good. Is he correct? Amazing, amazing. So in the course of the day, we'll get to interact with each other if you haven't already. During even our breaks, take the time to get to know each other and network. Yes, so my role is to be your MC, but also to make sure you are comfortable, and I'll also be assisted with the SDG Forum team. We have Stella. Stella, just wave. Candy, who's at the registration desk. Yes, the SDG team can be here to just make you comfortable. If you need anything, please let them know. Hospitality notice, we have the washrooms right outside this door. You turn to your left. You will see a sign written washrooms, and you can be able to take a break right there. Yes, so also I'll be taking you through the program today. We have an amazing program lined up for you just for half a day. So let's be patient, let's be attentive. We have amazing guests and amazing speakers and an amazing panel, and I believe everyone who's in this room is here for the same reason, and I believe that we'll all be satisfied, for lack of a better word, at the end of it all. So we want to get right into it. So I want to invite our first speaker for the day. This is from the SDG Kenya Forum. Yes, her name is Florence. The second name is very hard to pronounce. I've tried it over and over again, but it's a beautiful name. Florence is a director at the SDG Kenya Forum, and she's here, and she will be just speaking a bit on national youth engagement in policy development and implementation. So help me welcome Ms. Florence.
I thought Lucas was before me. Good morning. Oh, wow. This is like a dream come true. Some of you know what I mean. There's been it's been a long journey to get here today, so we are really, really excited on behalf of the organizers, the Embassy of Ireland and the African United Delegates team, the various youth in here. I know the moderator will be able to introduce the different cohorts of young people around the room. But yeah, it's a great pleasure, and thank you so much for making time. I always say it's one thing to invite people. It's another thing for people to show up, yeah? We all are in agreement that when people honor an invitation, of course we are very, very happy, and we want to really have a good conversation this morning. Yeah, so allow me I always write down some things because I realize I get too excited, and if I don't read a few things here and there, I can tell you many stories, so I want to be in context, and so I'll be able to keep my remarks around some or a lot of the work that we've done with most of you around the room, but also the commitment to young people in this country. So of course, it's a great pleasure and honor to stand before you all. I'm excited to see the vibrant faces across the room with so much hope, but also I feel the passion within the room. We feel the zeal, amongst you as young people. And of course, we are here to really, truly be there for you in terms of ensuring that we can advance youth engagements, and also how do we better conversations that young people care about. I think we are in a generation where many times we take for granted young people. We're in a country where we can do better when it comes to youth engagement. We can do better when it comes to decision-making processes and ensuring that young people are right at the center of the table, not the other way around. And I know this is across Africa, but then what can we do? I always say change comes from all of us. So the small steps we are taking, they might look like small steps, but they are not small steps. They are huge steps. I'm proud of many of you around the room because I know the journeys, I know the places, all the interactions that we've had for a few years now. I won't say many years, but for a few years now. Of course, there are veterans like Arnold, people who have been within the forum for many, many years, and the work. If Arnold was to tell you the kind of youth work he has been doing, when I met him, he was a very, very young boy. Seeing him wearing a suit nowadays, and many of you around the room, it's really a great pleasure knowing where you came from and how you've grown and commitment towards this cause. And many others, I don't want to mention names. Yeah. So today, as we gather for the Inception meeting, this is an Inception meeting for a new and exciting project titled Strengthening Youth Leadership and Policy Advocacy in Kenya. This initiative is deeply rooted in our belief that young people are not just the leaders of tomorrow, they are leaders today, shaping governance, policy, and sustainable development in real time. And that's why also on sticking the registration form, I realized I could only see 2-3 people above 35, and that's okay for us, and you know yourselves. We at the SDG Kenya Forum recognize that we cannot advance sustainable development goals without you, the youth, or as you fondly call yourselves, Gen Z, generation of doers and dreamers. I like that, doers and dreamers. And I hope that is your story, you know, not just a dreamer, but also the doing part. In the spirit of the 2030 agenda, the principle of leaving no one behind, the forum has been very intentional in implementing programs that amplify youth voices and strengthen their participation in governance, policy, and development spaces. And this can be attested by many of you around the room, but also the reason why we did a live stream is because many times we're not able to bring all the young people into the room. So we always provide the inclusivity in terms of ensuring that young people or whatever groups, the Leave No One principle, Leave No One Behind principle, we can make sure that anybody across Kenya, anywhere, can be able to join this meeting, can follow the meeting, can understand what really took place, what's the essence of this meeting, and why this meeting. Allow me to highlight a few milestones that reflect our commitment. And I'll start with the group that has brought us together here today, the African United Nations Youth Delegates. How many of you are part of the African United Nations Youth Delegates? Hands up. The youth, okay, that's a good representation. Thank you so much. We've tried to balance out. We couldn't bring all of you, so we've tried to bring the different youth that have been part and part of that flagship program. One of our first flagship programs, youth-focused initiative. This program has empowered young people to participate in global decision-making processes and strengthened the advocacy through local outreach campaigns. I remember the beautiful outreach campaigns most of you have done in different parts of Kenya. It also aims to increase youth representation from East Africa in key platforms such as the United Nations General Assembly, high-level political forum, and also the regional platforms like the SDG regional platform, ensuring that youth perspectives inform global policy conversations. And so we are proud of all of you and those that have gone through this cohort and the kind of representation. I remember some of you looking for visas, passports for the very first time. And it was just such a great joy that, in fact, I was very proud that the leaders of the cohort that were meant to be going to the United States of America, because I know that's one of the hardest visas for Kenyans or Africans, at least all of them made it. So for us, we were very, very proud that the first cohort, they made it, the second cohort. And so it was very good to see that at least the work that you had done, the commitment, the kind of people you are, at least also, you could get the visas. We didn't have to replace any of you. We didn't have to, and that for us was very, very timely, but also it spoke a lot about who you are as young people and the kind of commitment and work. The next one that I'll talk about is the National Youth Pre-Conference. How many of you have participated in our National Youth Pre-Conference, the one for the annual multi-stakeholder, the one that happens in November? It's coming up. Arnold is the one that leads that. So why you guys, you guys have been part of that conference. The one that is normally, like last year it was at the School of Government. You remember? I know some of you followed, but also we had a live stream to make sure that many of you could participate in that. And so this particular initiative is in partnership with United Nations Association of Finland. It has created a space for young people from across the country to share their ideas, amplify their voices, and shape the outcomes of the annual multi-stakeholder SDG conference. Just to pause there a bit, we are part of the Interagency Technical Working Committee, chaired by the State Department of Economic Planning. This is a multi-stakeholder engagement. It brings together private sector, KEPSA, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, academia, a few universities in there. We have civil society, the umbrella body, the SDG Kenya Forum. We have the National Youth Council. I think I saw somebody from the National Youth Council, a friend of mine, quietly sitting behind there, and others. And so this particular conference happens every year, end of November, early December. This year we are also planning. We already have the dates set from 26th to the 28th of November. It happens in Mombasa. And the essence of this national multi-stakeholder conference is to evaluate SDG stakeholders in the country, the different SDG stakeholders in the country. And for us as the forum, one of the things we committed to is to have a youth pre-conference. And this is what I'm talking about. And this has been a very, very good way to bring youth voices into the main SDG conference. Again, the main SDG conference cannot have all the young people in the country, or as many young people would want to, but we always send a delegation for young people to participate, to interact with the national government, county governments, and all these other stakeholders I've spoken about. And so it's been a very, very powerful place for us to speak about youth matters. And for this year, annual, we are having it on the 7th of November. So look out for an invitation. We'll be sharing the details of the venue. But more importantly, we hope that you can come with some of the issues that are coming from this conference or this workshop today. You can always bring the issues that you care about and the things that we need to be focusing on as young people. Yeah. So moving on, I want to highlight something that we did through our work under SDG 13 on climate action. We hosted a hackathon on leveraging technology for climate change adaptation. This brought together 13 innovators, young people, young minds, who showcased tech-driven solutions for climate resilience. They had very good initiatives, but also demonstrated the power of young youth creativity in addressing some of our most pressing global challenges. How many of you are part of the young innovators? Oh, I'm sure, Stella, maybe there are more. This group also, was invited. I'm hoping that maybe some of them are still on their way. So where? Good to see you. And so one of the things that we really learned from these young innovators was, Stella, how many applications did we have? I always confuse them. 210. Can you imagine 210 innovators in this country, young people? It was amazing to read through a lot of this innovation. This showed us that a lot of our young people have great ideas. A lot of our young people are sitting with innovations that we're not tapping into. And so this process gave us just a feel of what is it that we need to be doing. And for us as the SDG Kenya Forum, we are thinking about sustainability, and we'll be soon telling you more about a space for innovators for young people in this country. Moving on, I'd want to speak about EU Meta. This is a project that is co-convened by Femnet and also our partner from Netherlands, and is funded by the EU. And this brings together, one, a youth sounding board. How many of you are part of the EU Meta Youth Sounding Board? So where? You are just the... Okay, let's see the hands again. I'm hoping that maybe there are more. Also, there may be more also who are invited for this. But what has been very, very amazing is having 15 dynamic youth leaders who now play an advisory role to the European Union on youth engagement and policy priorities. Wow, that's such a good title. So and I know I've been following a lot of the work that you are doing, the policy engagement, the research that the team has been doing, and congratulations, and we hope that we can continue to see concrete advisory roles that young people take. And so this for us was just examples of some of the work that we have done. I thought it would be important for us to start there. So bear with me, I took a bit of time to speak about that. And so moving on, and today I would say that we are proud to be taking another bold step forward, launching yet another impactful initiative. As I said before, the Strengthening Youth Leadership and Policy Advocacy in Kenya project, funded by the Irish Embassy in Kenya. Makofi kwa our partners. I say this because I remember sitting down with some of the youth leaders, and they were very frustrated, not in a bad way, saying, oh, the project is coming to an end, so what do we do? It's a lot of good work, a lot of energy, a lot of commitment, but then, of course, when projects come to an end, there's nothing much we can do. And so we kept telling them, don't worry, something will come up. We'll keep looking. And Maurice, where is Maurice? Maurice, thank you so much. Maurice is one of these persistent people. A clap for Maurice. Maurice said to me, don't worry, I'll keep doing applications, I'll keep looking around, and everybody that comes to me and says, I'll keep doing this and that, I say to them, yes, please, let's do it. Something will come up. So thank you, Maurice. Thank you for the team that has really worked behind the scenes. You know yourselves, led by Maurice. To the Irish Embassy, we extend our sincere gratitude for believing in the power and potential of young people. Your support is not just a financial contribution. It's an investment in Kenya's future, leadership, policy innovation, and inclusive governance. So that's from us all, yeah? It's not just the forum saying this, it's on behalf of these young people. This project comes at a timely moment, a moment when Kenya is witnessing a growing wave of youth participation in governance, activism, innovation, and social accountability. I know you've seen that. Our goal is to ensure that young people are not only present in decision-making spaces, but are equipped with the skill, confidence, and platforms to engage effectively and meaningfully in governance and policy advocacy. To the young people in the room, let me speak to you for a minute. This project belongs to you. Yeah? Please don't say it's a forums project, it's Maurice, Stella, I don't know who else. No, this project belongs to you. It will succeed through your ideas, your commitment, and your leadership. We look forward to seeing how you energize or how you transform this initiative into a movement. Yeah? So we're not just here to have a half-a-day meeting and then you go back home and feel like, oh, I was somewhere. No. We want this to be a movement. We want this to be like a boiling point of the different ideas, the different initiatives that you've been able to do. And we'll be very happy and proud of you seeing that you embrace the project and you really commit to it. As you know, the forum always just initiates and lets you run with the project. So it's my commitment and the team here from the forum to say, ours is just to co-host you. It's not to own the project. We are looking forward to your leadership. We are looking forward to your commitment in everything. Yeah? And so let's be able to transform our SDGs. I know it's 5 years into, less than 5 years. We're talking about Race 2030. We have a campaign called Race 2030. We hope that you can utilize that and many other platforms of both the Embassy of Ireland, ourselves, the Youth Council, and others to showcase what is it that young people want. I remember in 2015, 2013, 2012, 2013, I was involved in the post-2015 process that spoke about what is it that we want to see come 2015. And it was very, very powerful for us to be able to say, this is the Kenya we want. This is how we want things done. We looked at the MDGs and said, oh, the 8 MDGs do not even cover basic things like infrastructure, water and sanitation, And I remember each and every goal. I can tell you a story about the 15 goals, 17 goals, and how Kenya was very, very aggressive. And one of the things I tell people, today is very amazing. The SDGs co-chairs was Ambassador Macharia Kamau from Kenya and your ambassador from Ireland. Those are the ones that birthed the SDGs. And remember, we used to go to the ministry and give very, very long recommendations and say, based on the Vision 2030, we need to have infrastructure, we need to have innovation and manufacturing industries, we need to have energy as a standalone goal, we need to have reduced inequalities. It It was like a wish list, but it was amazing. It was a very good process for us to really engage. Then I was young, you can imagine, 15 years ago, you know, and it was amazing how we knocked rooms. I remember, I don't know if some of you, maybe you were too young, but those that remember, there was the Financing for Development meeting in Addis Ababa. I remember President Uhuru Kenyatta then read word for word a document we wrote ourselves in the office. We wrote and said, you know, this is the position for Kenya. You know, it was so amazing. You're there and then the president is reading word for word what you wrote. You know, can you imagine? And that's the position for Kenya. So we have many success stories of how we influence this agenda. Why am I telling you this story? I'm telling you this because it's your time to do the same for the next development agenda. Maybe some of us don't have the energy anymore. We have too many commitments, too many meetings, too many obligations. But you guys have the time and the energy. Then I had the time and the energy. And I really want to pass this baton to you. And I hope that a lot of you can run with this engagement. So I think with that said, let me thank you all for being here. And thank you for choosing to be part of this important journey. Together we will build a Kenya, a better Kenya, where youth voices are not just heard, but acted upon. So thank you very much. And the forum looks forward to a meaningful engagement, collaboration, and we will one day come back and be very proud of the work that we've all done collectively. My apologies, it had to be long because I had to share the passion why this project. Thank you.
Well, another round of applause for Florence. As a young person in this room, I am very inspired. Thank you so much, Florence. Anytime she speaks, I can't be distracted by anything. She has a wealth of knowledge, and as she's saying, from 2015, and you can see the experience that's there, and it's really amazing. And I agree what she's saying. As the AUNOID, we were like, what's next? And so it's very exciting. When Maurice called me last week and told me, so we have this program, we're going to now be localizing this, and I was extremely excited. So thank you very much from the Irish Embassy for doing this. And I believe everyone in the ones who are even not in this room, because there are others who have joined us online, are very excited to do this program. The energy is there, the motivation is there. So we will go next to our next speaker who will be joining us online. This is Florian Dunkel, who is the Executive Director of CRISP, which is the overseeing body for the program in the region, in the entire region. So it's called CRISP, Crisis Simulation for Peace. So our tech team, if you can get Florian on the screen in Zoom. Or on Zoom, which is the correct English, on Zoom, on, right? Okay. Are we on?
Can you hear me?
Okay. Perfect.
I hope you can all hear me. If that's the case,
Yes, you can.
very good. So, very good morning to all of you. Very happy to seeing you all, and some very familiar faces that I've been working with throughout the last years and accompanying throughout the last years. And very happy to also see a lot of new faces here that are joining this initiative. So I'm very sorry that this time I cannot be there in presence, so I'll just give some virtual introduction to the program, which I'm very excited that it's actually kicking off today. As it has been already said, like we have been running the AUNYD program, and Morris will tell also a little bit more about that in a bit. For those of you who are not that familiar with the program, we have been running this the last 3 years. And a lot of our thinking process has come to the question, how can we actually localize the global policies we were trying to influence at least a bit throughout the last years, and how can we actually have this bigger and stronger connection between the global level and the national level, which was at the core of our program from the very beginning. So I'm very grateful for all of you who have been contributing and making this possible. It has been already said, like especially to Morris, who has really has been working tirelessly to make this possible, and also, of course, to the Irish Embassy for their trust in this program. I also promise you that I'll keep this very short and very brief, so that you actually have the opportunity to also talk about and raise your voice, because that is then in the end what the whole program and also this specific initiative is all about, to let you talk and not more elderly people have the stage all the time. But still some things I want to say, and that are when we started basically the African United Nations Youth Delegates program a few years ago, our motivation was pretty clear. We saw a serious lack of representation of young people, especially from Africa, in global decision-making spaces, particularly at the United Nations. And we wanted to change that. But as the program evolved, we learned that there were even more fundamental aspects when it comes to the field of youth participation, that youth participation itself must be better connected. Not just between African countries, not just across region and governance levels, but also within the different countries. And we think that in today's interconnected world, of course, national youth policies cannot be designed in isolation. The challenges youth is facing, from employment and digital transformation to conflicts, climate change, are transnational by nature. What happens within national frameworks is deeply linked to whatever happens on the global stage. And this is precisely why global and regional cooperation among youth is so vital, to connect the dots, to share experiences, to listen to each other, to see those similarities, to connect, and to create a more coherent and mutually reinforcing system of youth governance. And also, when we were interacting with youth delegates from other countries and other continents, basically, we realized that these aspects are obviously not unique to Africa. In fact, many countries facing these issues and facing some paradox. Political leaders readily embrace the idea of youth participation, but too often it's just like a symbolic exercise, a box-ticking activity, rather than a real transfer of responsibility or power. And that is something we continuously would like to work on in a very patient and but also clear and distinct way. So as we discuss national youth policies in Kenya specifically today, let us remember that you are not the only ones trying to shape the future of your country. You are also contributing to a global transformation in how youth engagement is understood and practiced. And there are many different actors, many different youth also from different countries who are actually joining you in this effort. And your experience and your leaderships will matter in that regard far beyond national borders. So that is something I really also wanted to give you as a message here, that of course what you're doing today and in the weeks before will also contribute to a way bigger process that is underway, and that we are also trying to connect with as the ANYD program. As I said, I try to keep it short, so to also then have you been able to taking the floor. It's really a pleasure to seeing you all come together, and I'm very much looking forward to this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Florian. A round of applause. It's good to hear from you, and thank you for joining us even online, and thank you for the good work you've been doing with SDG. I think I first met Florian in 2023 when we were doing our national national education assessment. Yes. Yes, and when he joined us and just the whole training that was there, and I think we've had an amazing journey with CRISP in all of this. He said he doesn't want to let the old people speak, but I think he's very young at heart. We have seen that. Before we get to our next speaker, so interesting story. I saw something online yesterday, just the reels and the memes and the TikToks. Someone saying the way if you work somewhere where there are many conferences, just put on a lanyard, just go around and you can have some snacks and tea somewhere. So I'm just making sure there's none like that in the room. But if you're here, we can always convert you and you can be a champion for young people with that. But I just want to get a feel of the room of who is in here. And I've just taken the registration list. We have champions for SDGs. You can just raise your hand if you're from Champions for SDGs. Oh, karibu sana. Welcome, welcome. AUNYD, I know you're probably the larger team. AUNYD, and I know Maurice will explain AUNYD further. SDG Kenya Forum, I know you're also many in the room. We have the Embassy of Ireland, our team here, Carol and Erin, welcome. Engage Express, karibu sana. We have Kenya Coalition for Youth, Peace and Security. Welcome, patients. And NYC, National, I'm assuming this is National Youth Council. Yes, thank you very much for joining us, our many partners. UDPK. UDPK, what does UDPK stand for? Oh, amazing. United Disabled Persons of Kenya. ADNJ. ADNJ. Oh, she's coming back, okay. Then we have Site Savers. Karibu sana, Eric. Who have I not mentioned? TBM. Yes, what does it stand for? Trans Business Machines. Oh, amazing. I'd love to know more about that. And I don't think I'm the only one. ComDev Africa, Com Development Africa, karibu sana. And then EU Youth Sounding Board. Yes, okay. That is good to know so that we all know who's in the room. And we have University of Nairobi IDS. And I met someone. Yes, the two from right there. So now at least we can see who are the partners in the room, and even as we continue, we can know who to interact with. So for our next speaker is the name we've been hearing so many times today. His name is Maurice Andati. He's the partnerships manager for this program, not only in Kenya, but in the region. And he's going to tell us more even about the program and the regions that we've been in, for those who do not know. I had the privilege of having him as my co-delegate in 2023, and it was an amazing, amazing ride. I've gotten to know him, and as even Florence and Florian have said, very determined to make this work. Okay, so there's a hiccup. This is on me, apologies. Again, Maurice will come later. Sorry about that, but yes, I will not introduce you again. I think I was doing a good job. But so we'll have our welcome remarks first before Maurice tells us about the program. And this is from our Irish embassy, and her name is Erin O'Sullivan, who is the deputy head of corporation. And she's here also with a colleague, Carol, who both of them who work in the inclusive governance portfolio. And I know she'll tell us more about that. So help me welcome Miss Erin O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Diana. Great. Thank you very much, Diana. So good morning, everybody. All of our honourable guests in the room, all of our youth leaders, Habari Yasabui. If Stella is here, Stella was testing my Kiswahili, so I just had a little go there now in my speech. I hope you appreciate. Okay, so I'm absolutely delighted to be here today, together with my colleague Caroline Nganga, to represent the Embassy of Ireland to Kenya at the launch of the AU NYD programme here in Nairobi. But I say launch, but actually really it's a continuation of a great legacy, of a great programme, of which many people in the room have benefited. So as the Embassy of Ireland, we're really thrilled to be part of this next chapter. I'd like to first of all start by thanking Florence, Morris, Stella, and the wider team at the SDGs Kenya Forum and our colleagues at CRISP for organising this really great event and for bringing together all of the different stakeholders in the room. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank all of you in the room, much like Florence has said, for taking your valuable time to join us in this event today. So the Embassy of Ireland is really excited about this project. I am personally very excited about this project too. AUNYD was first introduced to us by our colleagues working in the Irish Permanent Representation to the United Nations in New York. They had met with and supported some Kenyan youth delegates to participate in high-level meetings at the UN in New York. Our colleagues were just so impressed by the calibre, the enthusiasm, and the drive of these young people from Kenya. And I got a phone call that basically said, you just have to work with them. At the Embassy of Ireland in Nairobi, you just have to work with them. We can't let these guys go home without you collaborating with them in some way. Then myself and Carol had a meeting with Morris, Stella, and Linda, and we were also just blown away by the energy the team brought, but also by the premise of the project. And this picture is actually from that first meeting, and you can see the huge smile on our faces. And I think that really just embodies the energy that was brought in. Our embassy can be kind of quiet sometimes, but believe you me, when the three of them came in, the energy just was completely lifted, and we had to introduce them to everybody around the embassy. And we just said, no matter what, we just have to figure out a way to support these guys. So back maybe to just a bit more about the project and why we think it's really important to support it. So the project is aiming to institutionalize a sustainable and scalable model for youth governance and participation in Kenya. And this project is really very perfectly aligned with two of our goals as the Government of Ireland, but also specifically as the Embassy of Ireland to Kenya. The first one, strengthening and supporting the multilateral system, and two, supporting inclusive governance and youth engagement here in Kenya. And all of that sits underneath the Government of Ireland's international development policy called A Better World. And A Better World has 4 key policy priorities: gender equality, climate action, reducing humanitarian need, and importantly for this meeting here today, strengthening governance. And all of that's about, as well, reaching the furthest behind, and Florence mentioned that earlier, and it's so great that people can also join online wherever they are, because it's just really important to ensure that all voices are heard and not just the select few. But back to those 2 goals that I mentioned about strengthening the multilateral system and supporting inclusive governance. On that first goal, there's just no doubt that the multilateral agenda is under threat. Multilateralism is no longer the order of the day, and the Sustainable Development Goals and Agenda 2030 are in question by a lot of partners and a lot of countries that we would have thought before were our friends in this space. And the international community is now really divided on several of these values that we once thought everyone held, and the one that really comes to mind is gender equality. Florence mentioned this earlier. Ireland and Kenya actually worked hand in hand to co-author and push through the SDGs back in 2015. It was the Irish ambassador David Donoghue and our Kenyan ambassador Kamau who co-facilitated the intergovernmental negotiations that produced that final version of the SDGs. And it's on the back of that shared legacy between Ireland and Kenya that I'm particularly proud to be here at this launch today and to reaffirm Ireland's continued commitment to the SDGs, to supporting the global multilateral agenda, and to localising that here in Kenya with our Kenyan partners. Ireland remains a champion of gender equality, of reaching the furthest behind, and of working really in partnership with communities, civil society, and governments to achieve this. And furthermore, I think unlike a lot of our donor friends, we're actually not cutting our overseas development budget or our aid budget, and actually we've just announced that we're going to be increasing that in 2026. So we're very proud to work with all the partners in the room, and particularly the SDGs Kenya Forum, because we really think that they're the right partner to localise this multilateral and SDGs agenda in Kenya. Working through a network of almost 200 CBOs and NGOs, the forum has access to nearly every community in Kenya and across the country, and this is back to that furthest behind and making sure everybody's included. The mission and vision of the SDGs Kenya Forum is really aligned with what the Irish government really wants to achieve here in Kenya, together with civil society and with the government, to forge synergies and create space for coordinated engagement on the SDGs. And we look forward to seeing how this exciting partnership can contribute to that goal. To that second goal that I mentioned earlier of inclusive governance and youth engagement, the Embassy of Ireland is committed to listening to and championing youth voices as a way of strengthening civic engagement in Kenya. Really delighted to see so many disability inclusive organisations represented here today, including Sightsavers, which is another partner of the Government of Ireland, because it's just so important, and I know I keep repeating myself, to just ensure that people are heard and listened to and represented and are included in these important conversations. As Florence mentioned earlier, the young people of Kenya have built a vibrant political community that just must be supported. The Gen Z have a voice, but they need to channel this voice via constructive channels. And as Florence also said, they really need to be listened to. Young people must be included in choices that affect their future, and they must be meaningfully engaged in civic processes. At the Embassy, we have a couple of projects in this space. So we work with UNDP, and we've been championing youth voices for over 2 years with UNDP and have supported the UN Youth Advisory Board, ensuring that youth engagement is mainstreamed across everything that the UN agencies in Kenya are doing. Through our small grants scheme, which supports nascent or new organisations, we're supporting 10 youth or women-led organisations to deepen inclusive governance in their communities ahead of the 2027 general elections. Some of these projects are really innovative in how they engage youth, through podcasts, through concerts, through online platforms, going again to spaces where young people are. And earlier as well, I know we have colleagues here from the EU Youth Sounding Board, which as an EU member state we of course support. And I was really privileged to attend a couple of meetings with the EU Youth Sounding Board earlier this year, and we were really delighted that some of the colleagues there who run different CBOs applied to our small grant scheme, and 2 of them were successful. So we were delighted to be able to do that and to really put our money behind our words when we say we really want to champion the voices of youth. And through the AUNYD programme, we really hope to strengthen this approach and open up a new space where we can directly engage with and champion the brilliant young people of Kenya in international and national spaces, and to support young people in policy and governance, just like what that banner over there says. So the AUNYD programme, including in our programme today, we'll have a specific focus on talking about the Pact of the Future, the Kenya Youth Bill, the ILO Resolution 205, and on developing a national youth governance and participation mandate ahead of the 2027 elections. We look forward to working with the partners on this project to make sure that the outcomes of these discussions and the mandates authored by young people, including all of you in the room, are brought to the highest levels in Kenya. And I think that that's the role that the Embassy can play in this project, to ensure that you're not just creating documents for the sake of creating documents, but that we actually bring those documents into conversations that we have at the national level here in Kenya. We need to see more young people engaged at the local, the national, the international, and the multilateral fora. And through this project, we hope that we can go some way to supporting this. Kenyan youth feel really disillusioned, I think, as a whole, but so do many young people across the world at the moment. We only have to look to Madagascar, look to Nepal. I think we can also look to the young people of Ireland at the moment. We can look to the Sahel. Young people are moving from their screens to the streets, demanding accountability and demanding change in their specific contexts. I might not be Gen Z myself, and I certainly didn't feel Gen Z when I had to tick the box as I came in on my age. I might be a bit more of a millennial, But I do know from my short time here in Kenya the phrase "Anguka Nayo." Don't make me do the dance. Don't make me sing it. But I know the meaning behind it, right? I mean, I think literally it's something like drop with it or fall with it, but really it's about the symbolism that's behind that phrase, which means digging really deep, seeking truth, calling people out, calling out bad things when you see them. My hope for this project, and I think it's Carol's hope as well, and the entire embassy, is that Kenyan youth can be supported to channel that message in a really constructive and practical way, that people can be equipped with skills to make them even better truth sayers, advocates for their communities, and give a meaningful platform to share their truth and to influence change. I personally remember taking part in a similar program when I was younger, and it really changed my life. You know, and it wasn't just the skills that I learned, but it was actually the network that I made. Many of the, you know, this was well over a decade ago, and many of these people are still some of my closest friends. And they're also a really great professional network that I can lean on when I need support or advice. That was more focused at the European level, but I think it really rings true to this program as well. And it really grew my appetite for civic engagement and probably inspired me to pursue the job that I do today. And I really hope that this cohort can also be just as inspiring to all of you who take part. So I've spoken enough, and I think we should get more into the meat of the program now. So all that's really left for me to say is I just really wish you the very best with the launch today, and I wish the entire team every success for the implementation of this project. I really look forward to sitting in the audience at the end of the year period and listening to the youth-led mandates produced by the project. I really hope that this can go from strength to strength, and I just hope that this is the beginning of a really wonderful friendship and a really good partnership. And I'm going to steal that beautiful phrase that Florence said of the doers and the dreamers, and I really hope that through this project we can combine both of those things. So, Asantini Sana, or in Irish we say Gurmila Magwev. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Erin. Thank you so much for putting that into perspective. Even if you ticked the other box, I like to insist, because I'm also a millennial, a young millennial. So I like to say I'm a zillennial, so mixture of Gen Z and zillennial, yeah? And millennial, yeah? We can get away with that because we are young at heart. Thank you so much. We are about to go for break, but before that, since I had already introduced this young man, and I do not want you to forget my introduction, we will have Maurice Andati, again, who's the partnerships manager, and again, who's really fought for this program. So help me welcome Mr. Maurice Andati.
Hi. People always say I have a very funny voice. So, do I speak this way? Or do I speak this way? There are some people online. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for everyone who took their time to join us today. Really thank you, because you took time from your busy day to be able to join us today. Before I start, I wish to share a couple of apologies from a couple of partners who were not able to join us. So number one is the Ministry of Youth and Ministry of Youth and Sports. So one of the key things is they were not able to join because they were supposed to go to Baringo. So they are part of the national movement where the president goes, they also join him. So they really requested that they really apologized for it. However, they're following us online, so if there is anything that they will really want to share, they'll be able to share through our online engagement. Then the other partner is the Danish Embassy. So they also share their apologies. They were not able to join, and this is because we had a little bit of a conflicting engagement. However, they were able to have a representative from their national sounding board. Yep. Thank you. You can see him. So he was able to join us, so he will be able to also share which are the specific areas that the Danish Embassy are able to engage with us. So thank you so much. So I will try so hard not to talk a lot because I won't lie to you guys, I'm well known. I talk too much and I don't know when to stop. So when you see me stopping, just point to where the tea is. I will stop. I'm a lawyer. I love tea. Tea comes first. So the engagement that I think Shembase has shared with us is one of the key things that we have been having in regards to the discussions under the AUNOID was, are you going to focus more on developing papers and documents and policies and going to conferences, or are you going to, number one, settle down, look at everything that you have developed and put it into action so that we are able to see whatever young people are talking about, they're able to implement and see, is it able to work or is it not able to work? Are you able to go and collect data and say that the issue on peace and security in Nakuru in regards to Inform Gang and whatever we are going to share it can be practically implemented in that particular community, and are able to also share recommendations. So this whole project is going to look at, number one, the mandates that the delegates were able to develop. So for those who are not part of the AUNOID project, how we do it is we engage young people across the board. So we just don't only pick young people who are either in government or those who have civil society. So we pick young people from those who are in government, those who are in civil society, those who are in communities who have not engaged in any civic engagement, those who are running their own businesses and running their own institutions for the purpose of either implementing the SDGs or making sure whatever is being pushed either by government can be put into action. So the delegates that we had and also the fellows, and this is from 6 countries, the all East African countries, that is Ethiopia, Sudan, South Sudan, Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda, I hope I haven't forgotten, were able to sit down and look at what are the core issues that are affecting their countries and how can we make sure that when we are going to speak either at the UN, either at the African Union, or even a forum like this, we're not just coming to say or complain that, oh, the government is doing this or the government is doing that, but these are the key issues that we have identified, and these are the solutions that we are pushing for, either policy-wise or also action-wise. So the delegates were able to develop 3 mandates. So that one is on youth employment, so which are the methodologies in regards to youth employment, either policy-wise or also action-wise. Then they were also able to develop another mandate on peace and security. And if you guys know, the East African region has a little bit of differences in regards to peace and security. And one of the key things that came out from Kenya is mostly peace and security in the context of political intolerance and also things to do with cultural issues and also border, at border points. So these are different dynamics on issues to do with peace and security. So how do we make sure we do not create a blanket solution on issues to do with peace and security across Kenya, but also across the East African region. Then the last one is on meaningful youth participation, which focuses majorly on how do young people meaningfully participate in policy development, policy implementation, and also policy representation. So not just come, sit, take a form, go home with your transport, and share pictures on your status, either on Instagram or on WhatsApp, and say you are part of this engagement. So meaningful youth participation is how do you develop, how do you engage in the community, and how do you make sure that you are part and parcel in regards to implementation of that particular thing that you're pushing for. So these are the core mandates that the delegates were developed. So we took these mandates and then also looked into what are the ongoing processes in Kenya that are already focusing on young people. So definitely we have the youth bill, we have different bills, which I think they're just some that I've just mentioned, but we have the youth bill, we have the Disability Act, we have the AI strategy that was just passed. So how do we make sure that when we are having these discussions, we also integrate on the things that the government is focused on? You see, I always say, you can have land, you can plant your sugarcane, but if the government is not prioritizing that sector in regards to production, you're doing nothing. because you're not able to attract investors, you're not able to build that particular system because the government doesn't see if there is a particular importance to that. So how do we make sure that we change that discussion where now we are looking at the already existing strategies that the government has, looking at the Pact of the Future that was passed at the United Nations, looking at the mandates that these young people developed, then merge and see where are the gaps, where are the challenges, where can we support, and what can we request, so that now when you're having a sit down with the National Youth Council, you have something practical to share. So I'll go a little bit first from that particular introduction. If anyone has a question, find me when you're taking tea. Yeah. So the policies that we'll be looking at, number one is, the reason why we felt that this is quite important for us to engage, number one is definitely youth participation barriers. We have a lot of youth participation barriers. As much as we have the National Youth Council, we have different engagements that we see young people participating, but what are the outcomes and what are the practical aspects that come out of this particular discussion? Just because you have an office doesn't mean it is impactful. You see? You can have an office, but you're not impactful. You see, so how do we make sure that when you're having those particular structures, it is run, led by young people, but also we have monitoring and evaluation systems for those things that are also being pushed by young people. So we're having a little bit of a disconnect in regards to that. Then another thing that we also looked into is the disconnect between whatever is being pushed nationally, especially in regards to policies, in regards to data, and the realities on the ground. And for Kenyans, we also know, you guys have been having a little bit of a fight with the government when they say the economy is growing, but people who are in the community are like, okay, it's growing, but where is it growing to? Because for me, I cannot feel it. So there's a little bit of a disconnect between macroeconomics and also microeconomics. So how do we make sure that also the citizenry understand this? Then now it is easier for them to hold the government accountable and be like, okay, yes, the economy is growing, but you do not have disposable income. You see, Morris and Dati can buy products in a supermarket that 4 people here can buy. When tax is collected, they say 5 people have bought that particular product, but it's only one particular person who has bought that. So how do you make sure that this is clear in regards to the same? Then another thing that we also looked into is the existing policies. As I'd already mentioned, we have the AI strategy, which is an emerging aspect in regards to employment right now in the country, but we have to have a little bit of a balance. Kenya is experiencing unemployment, but also we need to adopt AI in regards to development. So how do we balance this? Because in some countries they're complaining that as AI is being adopted, so many people are losing their jobs. So as we are implementing and as we are bringing all this, how do we make sure that we balance so that, yes, something might sound really good, it might be very progressive, but what are the specific impacts that we're going to have? Then we have the Disability Act, which is one of the greatest things that I've been following on, and this is because of the issues in regards to the inclusion of people with disabilities in different cadre, that is employment, education, and all these particular things. However, inclusion, I always tell people, inclusion also comes with a budget. For me to include you, there must also be a budget. If I have someone who is blind, I have to buy resources for them to participate in the workforce. So how do we make sure that this doesn't look like a burden, especially for those who are in these particular sectors, through the different programs, through the education system? How does the government push for these particular systems to work? One of the key things that I think we have been having a discussion with, I think Okanda and also Linda, was on issues of peace and security and political intolerance, specifically in Kenya. And the problem with that is, as much as, yes, people are a little bit against the government, there must also be a way that we can also have this particular engagement so that we do not lose the good things that already exist, for the purpose of just having a rehaul of the system. So how do you make sure that we have that particular balance as we do the monitoring and evaluation? We're also looking at what are the key things that we can pick and build on that. Then when you already have all those particular things, then you have the global alignments, and these global alignments align with the key things that I've mentioned. So definitely the UN Security Council Resolution 2250, then we have the ILO Resolution 205. If you look at that, yes, it looks in regards to employment, but it has a little bit of something that is added to it. So how do you talk about employment, especially in areas where we have issues to do with peace and security? How do you make sure that we build systems in regards to employment? And I'll give an example. If you are in Nakuru, for example, and you are having a high level of gang violence in that particular community, how do you quell that particular issue by providing a solution in regards to that particular root cause, but does not end up to these people going back to that issue? You see? Have a lot of gangs, give them a lot of motorbikes, it means they can run away with your phone faster. Yeah, you see that? Yeah. So how do we balance those particular things, but have a little bit of recommendations from young people? For me, as a young person who is living this particular community, I feel like this can be the solution that can be done. So how can we engage particularly in that? Then lastly is the three-tier approach in regards to the engagement that we are going to have. So definitely, because it is being kickstarted, we have the national engagements. So the national engagements and levels is definitely civic education forums, going to discuss these particular documents in communities. So this project is not going to be done only in Nairobi. We are going to counties, so that now we can meet young people in the counties, so that now they can tell us, if you're going to Kwale and you're talking about issues to do with employment, tourism, peace and security in regards to them being picked and joining these particular gangs, what does solution look to them in Kwale that aligns with whatever strategy that the government is having in regards to development of issues to do with peace and security? Is it aligning with the government, or is the government hitting? This is, they always say, it's a nail, the nail theory. You have a nail, but every single time you strike, you're striking on the side instead of striking on the head of the nail. So yes, good policies, good paperwork, but it is not hitting the nail. So how do we make sure we do that? Then we have the regional level. So something that I'll also share is the project is not running only in Kenya, it's running in 6 countries. So the discussions and engagement that we're going to have, we'll also have similar discussions in other countries. And when we are having also these discussions with other countries, these working groups or these young people who are going to be participating, they'll be going to be sharing notes because some issues are also co-independent because of also other countries that are around a particular border. If you're talking about peace and security in the northern region of Kenya, you have to talk about Sudan, you have to talk about border points, you have to talk about all these particular things. If you're talking about employment in Western, you also have to talk about people crossing from Rwanda or these particular countries to this particular region. So how do we make sure that we are having also a regional consensus in regards to the same? I'll always give an example of the counter-human trafficking strategy. Kenya, very good. Good paperwork in regards to counter-human trafficking and all those particular things. Sudan, not really. Not good, they're not working very well. So what will I do? Someone will take advantage because there is a little bit of laxity in this particular country to take advantage of the people who are moving in these particular regions. And I'll always give an example of Rwanda and Uganda. Rwanda has very strict laws in regards to counter-human trafficking, very strict. You cannot even have a company to recruit employment in Rwanda. It cannot be registered. It cannot be accepted. However, we still have high levels of labor trafficking coming from Rwanda, Burundi, and Congo through Rwanda, but the offices that are recruiting these people are in Uganda. And this is because of the laxity in regards to also the rules and regulations in regards to labor laws, in regards to movement across the border, and also the East African region being a little bit free to move. So how do we balance the regional aspect? So as a young person who's dealing on peace and security in Kenya, are you also having engagements with people from Tanzania so that now we have a little bit of a balance in regards to that? Then lastly is the international level, which definitely, as I think people have discussed about AUNYD, with all this that you've already discussed and every single thing, once in a while, we have all these high-level engagements where now all these young people, civil society come together to discuss and build strategies to move forward. How do we make sure that now whatever we have gotten in these communities, we're able now to go and present so that when you meet someone and you're recommending a mandate and they ask you a question, you have the data and say, no, in Kenya, this is the percentage, these are the issues, and if we solve it this particular way, it might not solve 100%, but 70% is going to be solved, and that is how we do in regards to the different steps that we are going to have. So, the next slide, sorry. Back. Perfect. Let me there. So, in regards to the three-tier approach, so we'll have consultations where we'll have discussions. We are kickstarting today. So the next engagement that we're going to have, I think in Kwale, it's going to be now more of people sitting, looking at documents, and now looking at recommendations. What are the specific actions? So we're having these consultations, looking at the different documents. Where do they align? Has the pact been adopted in these strategies or not? And if they're to be adopted, which are the specific areas that can be adopted? Will they be adopted at county level? Will be adopted at the national level? Because also the country has a different in regards to the systems of development. Then after consultations, you have develop, where we identify the issues, gaps, put the recommendations, then have discussions with the core people that are going to have, test it. We go and test and say, okay, this is the recommendation in regards to peace and security. Go to that particular community, meet the community members. Try and see if this is able to work. It's not going to do it at 100% because of the timeline, but if it is able to be adopted and able to be implemented, then we can say this can work or this cannot work. Then we redesign. Redesign is after you've already tested, you send it now as recommendation to the National Youth Council, to the ministry in regards to all these particular things. Then implement, where we have include the recommendations. Now the government, now this is where now we have discussions with the government and sit down with them, and the ministry says, this one we can do, this one we can't do. We have a budget for this, we do not have a budget for this. This can be implemented in the coastal region, but in Nairobi this cannot be implemented because this is the regional politics in regards to this particular way, because it's also quite important for them to be there in regards to all this. Then lastly, we scale it. Then now we move now to other countries, see how it's going to be implemented. Then now, instead of every single time you guys sing Morris, we see now other young people who are now also running these particular things at county level for them to particularly share. So after that, then we go to the alignment of the policy frameworks. Definitely you guys will have questions why these particular policies are not all the documents that we're going to have. I think from the discussions, the mandates that we had, that were developed, especially on issues to do with youth employment and meaningful youth participation and peace and security. And we looked at also the core documents that we have in the country, and we saw there is a lot of alignment in regards to these bills. The Youth Bill 2024, definitely, because it covers the broader aspects of youth engagement, which are the priorities that the government is focusing on, especially in regards to youth, either if it is in employment, if it is in peace and security, if it is in different structures. How do we make sure, how is the government planning for young people moving forward? So that even if you're going to the street, you need to understand this is the plan that the government has, this is where they are going to focus on, so how do we take advantage of those particular things? Then we have the AI strategy 2025-2030, and this comes up from, I think, the question that I had. Yes, we are moving towards AI, we're moving towards technology, it's quite important. We can see how it is impacting Kenya for now. You can see how people are also making money out of it, but how do we balance where we are making sure that we're taking advantage of the AI for the purpose of developing the country, but not also different things that people can take advantage of it. And also in regards to the AI strategy is, what are the ethical practicing mandates that the government has, specifically in regards to the populace. So how do we make sure that works? Then definitely the Disability Act of 2025, and this stems from a couple of things. Inclusion, specifically for Kenya. Then something that I realized when we were, I think, in New York. And one of the key things that I kept on asking is, okay, I'm seeing a lot of young people, I'm seeing all these people, but who are specifically representing people with disabilities in this particular space? Which is the international strategy in regards to people with disability? Yes, we have. But who is the person who can come and say, I'm a blind person, I go through this every single day. If you can have this and this recommended, then it can make it easier. It can not solve all the issues, but it can make it easier in regards to the integration and also inclusion in these particular systems. So how do we make sure that we work in that? However, we also need to have discussions in regards to resources and also facilities. As Kenya, is it something that can be implemented? How long can it take? And how realistic is it in regards to its implementation? And I will go back. Good paper, but on the ground, something very different. How do you make sure they particularly align? You see? Then lastly, definitely the Pact of the Future, and this is now for the global context in regards to this. And we are looking into, I think, action area 17, 20, and 22. But I know also, I think Okanda will add also other actions, and also Linda will also add other actions, because, these things, the more you see it, the more you read documents, the more you realize also there's some things that I was supposed to add. So in regards to the Pact of the Future, where is Kenya in regards to its implementation? Where is the country in regards to its integration at policy work, either at national level, but also at county level? How do we make sure that this particularly works? Is it being implemented or not? Maybe sometimes Kenya accepts it and say, Pact of the Future, we can, but according to their systems and structures, not now. We have other things that we need to focus on, then these are going to come later. How do you make sure that there is integration, so that now when you're having discussions at international level, it is easier for us to have a little bit of a discussion in regards to this. So the project is going to run for 12 months. And in the 12 months, we'll have definitely, today is the first engagement where we are having a little bit of an inception so that you guys can get a picture of what we want to do. It's going to be a lot of work, I won't lie. It reached a point, I was like, we need to reduce these things, bro. I was telling Okanda, we need to reduce this. We're going to talk a lot. But how do you make sure that this is working? But we're going to have the inception, which happens now, also share the mandates. We'll share a couple of documents, I think you have seen, that you guys will go home with, to show what have we been looking into, what have we been discussing around. These are just drafts. From whatever we're looking into. There's the youth bill and also the different acts that I've mentioned. So how do you make sure that now we broaden this, make it a little bit concrete, so that now when we are going to the National Youth Council, because I've seen a representative of the National Youth Council, we have a paper that they can say, okay, this needs to be implemented either under our National Youth Council strategy, or it's something that can be pushed forward. So that is in Nairobi. Phase 2 is mostly a little bit of discussions around political integrity, and this is going to happen in Uasin Gishu. Then we'll have another discussion under Phase 3, which is in Kwale, which addresses issues to do with peace, inclusion, and youth entrepreneurship in different areas. So the reason why we chose, because I know people will look at me and say, okay, why did you choose these particular areas? The reason why we chose these areas is we wanted to have a little bit of a balance. Can we have a representative from the coastal region? Can we have central region, which one we chose Nairobi? Then can we have also representation from the western region? So that now, as you remember, I talked about scaling. It is easier. So discussions that are going to be in Kwale, because they focus on coastal region, it is easier for other counties which are very close to go and also pick those particular recommendations and see if they're able to work. Same with Uasin Gishu, also same with Nairobi. Next slide, please. Okay, again, yeah, perfect. So with all this, so we have moved around, talked, collected data, met young people. Some have loved us, some have not loved us. But at the end of the day, we must come out with something out of all this. So one of the key things that we are focusing on specifically, we have the youth bill. The National Youth Council has its strategy in regards to its key focus on youth engagement. But someone asked me a question. He said, young people in Kenya, okay, you guys go to the street and every single thing. You as a young, which is the mandate that the citizens, for young people, what are the specific mandates or the key focus areas that they want the government to focus on? So it's not coming from government telling us this is the particular thing that we particularly want. Okay, it's their role, they can do that because of resources and issues, but is there a specific strategy that young people have sat down, moved around the country, and said, and represented this and said, okay, in regards to AI strategy, we wish we can start with this. You might find for them they want broadband. People in the northern part of Kenya say, before you implement AI and have AI centers, can we have network? Can we have Safaricom network in the northern part working very well first before we even start having these discussions? So how do we make sure that we have particular mandates? If it is implementation of the AI strategy, maybe young people want it to be implemented in schools so that it can be part of the curriculum. So that now, instead of having new centers, building a new office, getting new computers, we can integrate it on already existing systems and say, okay, can we have this in schools so that we can put these resources in schools so that now government, that resource, instead of them developing and building something new, they improve the already existing education system so that now it is easier for it to be implemented and tested to see if it is working or not particularly working. So this is where now we came with the youth governance mandate. So with all the discussions that we're going to have, with all the documents that we're going to develop, we'll combine them. And when we combine all these particular documents, when we'll be meeting in Nairobi, I think, 11 months from now, so we'll be now, I've developed now a document combining all these particular things. And this is going to be the youth governance mandate. And this mandate, we have people on peace and security. We have people with disability. So those particular mandates will cover specific areas of this particular people, and they're able to go and now represent. So when we are having the Ministry of Youth and we are having a meeting, we say, okay, you guys are doing this. This is our mandate. We wish, even if you pick 2 or 3 activities from this, there's going to be a little bit of a bigger impact in the community rather than us doing a little bit of guesswork. So we can have a little bit of a practical thing. So that is going to be the youth mandate. So it's just a national framework that comes from young people where they see it, discuss, and share this now to the government. So when they're doing their national budget for next year, they know, okay, we can pick a couple of things and add them and see how we are going to implement. Then another thing is the leadership hubs, and this is where now SDG Kenya Forum comes. One of the key things I do love working with the SDG Kenya Forum is you can go to any community, anywhere. They'll tell you, where? Kwale, let's go, tomorrow. 50 people, boom. I don't know where they get them, but magic. So how do we make sure that now we convert all these groups of young people in this community into active hubs? So that now, instead of every single time you're going to Kwale, every time you're coming to Nairobi, we have specific people that we can reach out to in issues to do with peace and security, have discussions with them, so that, I'll repeat, we do not keep repeating the same thing over and over and over. There's an expert on peace and security. I might develop a document. When they just look at it immediately, they'll tell you, this has been presented almost 10 times. You see? And it has been adopted in a particular section. So how do you make sure that when we are having these youth hubs, we have government represented, we have all these particular people represented, so that, number one, young people in the community can also know what is government doing for them, especially in regards to youth engagement. So they just don't hear programs. Apply for this grant. Okay, for what? Is it for business? Am I applying for organization? What am I applying it for? Then definitely policy alignment. So it will be very good, and I'll be very happy if I meet a young person here tomorrow and we're having a discussion in regards to which are the specific issues that we have in Kenya, and they're able to align issue, where is it found in which particular bill, and what are the particular gaps, and what are the particular solutions that we can able to do in order to improve it, and what are the existing resources. You see, as I said, we need to move away from complaining into now solutions. We're like, no, we can solve it this particular way. So how are you aligning with the already existing systems? And I said, government systems. You can do, for example, I can start running a project on nuclear energy in Kenya right now. Start, work very well and everything. If government has not aligned itself towards that, it's going to be a problem. or national security. You cannot start a project in regards to this because of national security. It's not a key focus in our particular area. If it is clean energy, we already have our own strategy and structures in regards to clean energy and every single thing. So how do we make sure that we align our actions and activities to solutions that we are having in our community, to already existing structures and systems that we have, particularly in government? If those structures are not working, it is easier for us to point out and say, this doesn't work because this is the issue, and this is how it is going to be solved. Then lastly, definitely capacity building, where my aim is we make sure after the 12 months, young people are able to understand, engage in policies very well. If we're having a caucus of young people having an issue in Nairobi, and the media house stops you and tells you, okay, hi, how are you? Why are you in the streets? One time. No. Why are you in the streets? What is the issue that you are in the streets for? No, we do not like this president. We don't like him. Okay, what is the issue that brings you to? I want to meet someone who tells me, no, we have a really big problem in regards to the education system. Investment is being put in different regions, it's being put in education system. If you are having the CBA, instead of having, we are having Form 1 and Form 2 empty classrooms in high schools, but we are still thinking of where we are going to take our grade 9 and grade 7. Do we build in primary schools, or do we move them to high schools? Maybe people have particular solutions to these particular things. So I want to meet someone or a young person who can build and articulate what are the issues, what are the particular solutions, so that when government wants to cover our eyes, we know what the issues that we are also going to focus on. Next, before I finish, people have started pointing the T. People are pointing with their eyes. Someone is really opening their eyes. I apologize. Another thing that I think we were looking into developing is the youth position papers. So this is mostly in regards to the international space, or mandates that we always have. So we have, under the AUNID, we have the regional mandate, where it covers the East African region. But also something that we wanted to also improve on is the national mandate. There are specific things in regards to key focus areas that government has, especially in the international space and also in the national space. It will be quite important if you have a young person who is going to represent Kenya, they really understand which are the particular things that they are going to share, and which are the particular things that are affecting them, and how are they going to share it, and how is it aligned or in the existing processes that we are particularly having. So the position paper was definitely being developed by young people for the purpose of the international engagements. That's how we also developed our mandates. The position paper is going to be broken down into several areas. Definitely we can have a position paper on peace and security. We are having a position paper on inclusion, on people with disability. Also have another position paper on youth employment. So that when I meet someone on youth employment, they can tell me in Mandera, these are the issues that we can really focus on, in issues to do with the employment. In Nairobi, this is what you can focus on. And also in Western, this is what you can focus on. Instead of saying, no, we want government to open employment opportunities. With the population that we are having, a little bit of a problem. So how do we make sure that instead of just asking government to make employment opportunities, how does it collaborate with the already existing systems to make sure that it creates a good environment for the prosperity of these particular things? So this is what we are going to have. So this is what is going to cover specifically on the position papers. And something that was introduced to me yesterday from a discussion that I was having with a couple of young people, and they were telling me, as young people in counties, can the young people in those particular counties also develop their own position paper, so that when they go to county government meetings, they have their own also key focus areas. So also that is something that was requested from young people, and I really hope that we can have, so that now people can also participate in engagements like development of CPROP, county funding engagements. I want to ask a question. Who participates here in the funding, the county meetings and engagements in regards to funding and all that? When we are discussing about CPROP, when we are discussing about county development plans. Okay, let me ask you. Anyone here who knows about CPROP? Anyone here was going through the county development plans for their own county? Huh. You see? So, how do we make sure that there is participation in regards to also these areas? Because if you're looking at SAPROP, if you're looking at this funding, someone who has participated in these engagements, if you meet the county government next year in March, and you're telling them there is an issue of a road in your county, they'll ask you, where were you in November, December, when we were starting this discussion? You see, where were you in this when we are having this particular thing, when you're developing CPROP and all these particular things? So how do you make sure that they are participating, and if they can have something like a position paper, that it is an inclusive where they have already had a discussion amongst themselves, it is easier for them to go and present, and it can be adopted. Not all can be adopted, or let's say, be realistic, not everything can be adopted. Maybe one or two things can be adopted, but it is a simple step for us to start and also begin. Next, I think it's the final one. Okay. Perfect. Definitely, someone will ask me, okay, how do we sustain this? If the Irish embassy decides, okay, we are taking a little bit of a pause for 1 year, so what do we do? Do we stop, or do we still continue? So one of the key things is definitely institutional integration. The aim of this particular program is, if we can also show institutions like the National Youth Council, also the Ministry of Youth, that young people can mobilize themselves, sit down, have discussions on different engagements, especially high-level particular engagements, and make sure that we can also develop our own solutions without being dependent on someone representing me somewhere because they have a specific leverage in a particular space. So how do we make sure that, number one, for example, the National Youth Council, how do you make sure that now we work together? So through this 12 months journey, so that now the National Youth Council can see, okay, if we can have AUNID be part of this, then these are the benefits that we are going to get. Number one, a lot of discussions, especially at community level, data being collected by the young people by themselves, recommendations coming from young people, so that now we cannot have the issue that Muturi, I don't know if you guys heard whatever Muturi shared. He said, out of the bills that were signed by the president, only 3 feedback was sent to the Senate. So from when they gazetted and said, someone please, can you reply on these particular bills and every single thing, it was gazetted, he also shared, but only 3 people shared recommendations. Definitely all of them were negative. They didn't want it. They didn't want all those particular bills. But only 3. So how do we make sure we increase the number from 3 to a bigger number? But the only way we can do that is if young people can see the importance and the impact of it. If they can see the importance and the impact, and people listening and adopting these particular things, then they're able to participate. And another thing is, if we integrate the program with the institution like the National Youth Council, and they're at county level, then it's also easier for them to work with their hubs, to get the recommendations, and also share these recommendations from different young people, rather than them waiting for us to send an email that have gone through ChatGPT, created a lot of things that are lie. Then I send it to the National Youth Council. Then the chairman looks at it and he'll be like, oh, we are in Kenya, we are not in the United States of America. So, yeah. So how do you make sure that young people can participate in this? But it is practical, and it is something that is it's doable. And that can be done through integration with the ministries, the already existing systems, and also organizations and also institutions. Then definitely alumni engagement. We have all AUNID guys here, so how do we engage with them? Then policy integration, definitely. Whatever I've just discussed, which are the gaps, which are the issues that we have identified in these particular policies, can we send the recommendation? Then one of the key things that I think we have been developing under AUNID, this is the 3rd year, guys, the toolkit. Development of a toolkit. And this is something that so many young people always ask me. Okay, there is the UN, there is this particular policies, there's the youth bill, there's all these things. I don't want to go to the, if I want this bill, I go to this ministry. If I want to go to this bill, I go to this other ministry. If I go to this particular website. Can we have a toolkit or a tool for young people where I can open and get all this particular information and data, structures, systems, where is the government focusing on young people, which are the particular policies that have been pushed, what are the impact, what is the projection specifically for government, where can I get all these particular things in one particular tool, then it is easier for me to identify which are the issues that I want to do. I can develop particular recommendation. I can upload it in this particular toolkit. And we have someone from the National Youth Council who's also part of that particular toolkit. When the recommendations are sent, it is easier for them to see, then compile and have a bigger particular document. Then another thing also for the tool is we need also to monitor and evaluate whatever we push for. You see, we want better schools, we have to monitor and evaluate. We want good politics, we want also to monitor and we want inclusion, also need to monitor and evaluate. So the toolkit is to produce a section where I can sit down and see whatever I'm pushing for, is it going to work or is it not going to work? Is it impactful or is it not always impactful? The goodness with, as Kenyans is we are always very candid in our feedback. So can we have a tool where someone can get all this data? It has been broken down very easily. They understand which are the high-level engagements that are happening. They understand the documents that are being discussed. They can identify if I'm in peace or security, this is what I can do every single thing, share the recommendations if there's no recommendations whatsoever. So I am up to speed with whatever is being engaged and also being discussed. Then everything we are going to do during all this particular program, when you go to Kwale, from the rough document all the way to the core document in this toolkit, so that a young person who is in Kwale, who didn't participate in our engagement, can go, see, look at it, then it can be used. You can share it on social media, you can develop videos with it, to make sure that now advocacy is no longer just forums, people to sit, but also advocacy is in the tip of the hand of every single person where you can get your data and also get your information. If there is any other slide, I will kill myself. I won't lie. Oh, there is another slide. So the slide is thank you. To listen to me. So, as I said, and as I'm finishing, the aim of all this is to put actions where our mouth is. We keep on saying all these particular things. Can we put actions either to the recommendations that we are also pushing? It also answers one big question where young people always say, okay, we have been having all these meetings, all these forums, we have NADCO report, we have I don't know what report. Okay, when has it been implemented? When did we get all this particular feedback? So the aim is to make sure that we put action on the paperwork that we are going to do, so that now data and also statistics does not blind us, if you guys understand. Someone told me, data being given specifically in these big websites and also government, it's like a bikini. It hides the private parts, but leaves a lot of things, so things that you can see hands, you can do, but the most important things you can't see. So sometimes it hides whatever is happening realistically in regards to the world, for you to see it is happening. And I'll give an example. The economy of Kenya is growing, but my mom at home is like, nah, no, it is not growing at all. But when you go to look at data, Kenya is particularly growing. So how do you make sure that we cover these particular gaps? Guys, sorry for taking a long time. But I really hope that you guys now get a little bit of a jinx of whatever we're going to do. I know it's going to be a lot of work. Florence once told me, the first time we had a discussion about this project, Florence told me, ambition, I see, very ambitious. However, if we come together, we can achieve it. It's able for us to achieve and make sure that this particularly works. So, thank you guys. If anyone has a question, I told you, kwa chai. Pale, the tea, ask me. But thank you guys for listening to me, and I really hope that this is going to be way better and brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause for Maurice. He's always our speech person throughout this program. And we appreciate you, Maurice. We thank you for breaking it down to us. I think we all now have an understanding, if you did not initially, of how this program is going to look like, the different stages that will be there, and until the final step, and for the entire year. He said it's not about posting on LinkedIn. When we live here, it's about the work. And it reminds me the first time when we did the program and went for the National Education Assessment, and we were also ambitious, and we were like, I want to change the world. Martin Luther King, I have a dream. And by the end of that 1 week, we'd understood it's not just about saying it, but there's a lot of work that goes to it, and there's already work that is being done on the ground. So it's also just what he's saying, knowing where it's being done and knowing how to collaborate and doing it together. Yes, and also data and statistics, not to just blind us, not to just sit down and discuss and then there's no action. I remember when we were in New York for UNGA in 2023 and we met this person on the streets and it was like, people going to the United Nations, all you do is just talk and no action. You just talk and wear suits and go there. And I remember that. So let's not be those kinds of people who just talk and not have that kind of action. So good news, it's time for a break. The tea is here. I can smell the aroma of the snacks and that stomachs are rumbling. So we'll have 20 minutes to go for that break. It's supposed to be from 10:40, so we'll just assume the 3 minutes. And let's be back at 11 for the next part of the program. Thank you very much. bit more networks, a bit more structure on what you're going to do next when we leave this room. We all seated? You can carry your tea to your table. If you still want more tea, okay, they've already taken it away. Never mind. Yes. So we'll go straight into the next session because of time. And we have our next speaker who is still eating, but I think she'll be fine. So our next speaker is a delegate from 2024 to 2025. And she'll be giving us a short synthesis and implications of national entry points. So help me welcome Ms. Linda Akitela. Just a little more about her. She's also a continental youth researcher for AU and EU Voices Lab, specifically on entrepreneurship, political participation, education, and SRHR that I do not know. She will explain. She's also a rural development enthusiast. So once again, Linda Akitela.
All right, good morning. Sorry, the student leader in me will show. So I'm used to kind of student energy. I graduated, but once a student leader, always a student leader. Buona sifiwe sana. No, good morning. Let's try that again. Good morning. You see, there's a psychologist in the room. There's this fiction in psychology that if you wake up smiling, you will smile the rest of the day. That is a fact, right? That's not my word. That's a psychologist right there. Now, throughout this presentation, I want us to put a smile on our face for no reason. Can we do that? Just smile. Can you do that? Don't look at your neighbor. You will fall in love. Listen. Throughout this presentation, I know Maurice put us on a pedestal with like the incredible publisher or PowerPoint presentation. Diana told you guys, I'm a researcher. We work well with so much information. So my presentation is in PowerPoint, I promise you that, but it's also too much information that you all don't need to know. So what we're going to do is I'm going to read through that by myself. So you're going to trust what I'm saying, it's what it's written in here. Can you trust me? All right, let me hear a yes from the majority. Can you trust me? All right, good. So, for purposes of introduction, my name is Linda Akitela Longole. Akitela is a Turkana name, so that's just me diplomatically saying I'm from Turkana County. But yes, what I'm called here to do today is just a short synthesis. They didn't say how short, so I ended up preparing a 15-page short synthesis. But I'm gonna take us through that in like maybe 3 pages only. So we have the UN General Assembly, which by now I want to believe every one of us understands what that stands for. Anyone who doesn't, it's okay. It's called blissful ignorance. In research, we entertain that. Anyone who knows and today they feel like they don't want to know, all right, Maurice is acting smart today, but he doesn't know. All right, yes. So the UN General Assembly in 2023, they proposed a resolution that recommended some document called Pact for the Future. Now, Pact for the Future, as you all don't know or know, is just a renewal of commitments that are there for the Agenda 2030. Are we together until that part? So UN Pact for the Future is not a document in isolation. It's a renewal of commitments of the Agenda 2030, which Florence would sing it much better than I would do because she prepared it in 2015. So in the Pact of the Future, we have 5 chapters, but the chapter we are going to focus today on is chapter 4. Tell your neighbor chapter 4. Yes, chapter 4 is youth and future generations. Now, I don't know where you belong, but you can ask your neighbor where do they belong. In the youth of future generations. Who do we term as a future generation person? Okay, how many of us are youth? Okay. Globally or continentally? Thank you for answering that question. Yeah, because globally we are not. It's 15 to 24, right? And then nationally we are all young people, right? Because it's 18 to 35, not 25, Okanda. All right, so since we've all established we belong to youth, we are going to focus on the youth aspect of the document. So that is chapter 4. But within the chapters, we have 3 main actions that are very much important to all of us, which is action 30, 34, 35, and 36. Now, if you happen to forget my name, do not forget action 34, 35, and 36. So just straight into that. And because it's a synthesis, I will have to compare it with our national frameworks. But then maybe you're asking yourself a question, why? Why do we have to compare it to our national frameworks? There's a fallacy out there that the United UN General Assembly, or UN itself, is an institution in isolation. It's a fallacy that has been sold so well until we are all now turning anti-UN, anti-globalization. Why do we do that? Because it has been sold to everyone that the UN is a structure of its own. But in reality, the UN was constituted as what? A collection of member states, right? So Kenya is in the UN, true or false? And so many other 194 countries. So today I am here to demystify the issue of anti-globalization because Kenya contributed to the development of Action 34, 35, and 36. How did we do that? One, we voted yes, so automatically we were saying we are going to make those commitments as a country. So there is that, and also just by the virtue of being a member state to the UN. Now, what is Action 34? Action 34, it's a 3-sentence word. I'm not going to read word by word, but it focuses on socio-economic development of young people. So basically investment of young people. Member state and heads of state specifically, they voted to say we are going to invest in the socio-economic development of young people by focusing on investment in essential social services. Now, maybe we can make this a little bit interactive. What is a social essential service to you as a young person? What is an essential social service to you as a young person in this room? I told you guys, student leader in me loves walking around.
Wow. Yes. A social essential service. Is it okay if I seek clarification on what exactly you mean by that?
We can get that answer. Anyone who knows what essential service is, essential social service. All right, let me leave out essential. How about that? Let's try social services. Education? Yeah, you answered your own question. Great. Any other social service? Healthcare. There you go. Now you act like you took tea. Let's go. Anything else? Popcorn answers? Healthcare, education. Wait, when you guys go to the streets, what do you demand for? Food. You said food. So is that an essential service? All right, access to food, healthcare, education, what else? Shelter, yes, housing, amen to that. Anything else? Water, security, see, there you go. See, you know these things. Now, don't look at me like we do not know, because we do know, all right? But then the commitment is investing in this. How best can governments invest in this? Let's go, popcorn answers. Short synthesis, let's do this together. When they say invest, how do you want someone to invest in education? Better schools, anything else? Infrastructure, infrastructure is a very big word. Better, I did not say that. She said better SHA. So SHA, chief, or that thing, which you should, have you subscribed to SHA? Serikali government, someone has not subscribed, but yeah. So there's that investment in Action 34. So it's just important to highlight, I'm using keywords in each action so that we remember. And then Action 35 is in the best thing that we all love as Kenyan youth. It's on human rights, for young people, including young people with disability, right? How many human rights do we have for young people? Again, don't overthink it, don't overthink it. Let's go right to education, healthcare. Same thing, but I wonder why you're not answering to me. Assembly, freedom of, as Kenyans, freedom of speech should always come first when someone asks rights. But for some reason, you all keep quiet. Where does that belong in the Constitution? Article? I am not a lawyer. Diana is here to rectify whether we are right or wrong. But it's enshrined in Article 44 all the way to 55, where the youth mandate is. All right, and then we go to chapter 36, which is the main, it's the baseline for what we're doing here today. Action 36 is on inclusion of young people in national policy making spaces, which is what we are talking about here today. It's youth policy and governance. So how best you as a young person can be included in policy and decision making processes. Let's go. If you had Maurice's presentation, he did this. That's why I'm going through it like there's a train waiting for me. So let's do this very fast. How best can someone include young person in national policy making processes? Popcorn answer, yes sir. Public participation. Amen. Anything else? Sorry? Whatever I said, yes. Nominations to? Different structures. Specify one. Ministry of Youth. Yeah, Ministry of Youth. You are so ambitious. You could start with National Youth Council, going all the way to ministry. All right. So we have all those policy making spaces, which is it is the anchor action of the pact for this project, for this particular project. So then we bring it back to the national context. The question I want us to ask today, it's not why, what is Kenya doing? The question I want us to answer is, how best can our commitments as a country measure up to global frameworks or global commitments? How best can we do that? And we cannot do that, a country cannot do that if us young people have not ascertained exactly what we want. So how can Kenya help us, we're all Kenyans, how can we as young people help our country to include us in those spaces? What are we putting it out? Youth effort. Okay, that's the most basic term. Youth effort in policy making spaces. Let's go. How do we do that? Engaging in research, yes. Fighting tokenism. How many of us have organizations in here? Yes. How do you invite young people to when you have your meetings? Okay, opportunities to speak. Does that include to meaningful engagement? Does that? Okay. So are we advancing tokenism as young people, or are we fighting it? Wait, I need to check the statistics so that I can put it in my research. You said young people are advancing their own tokenism. That's a very interesting finding. So how best can we then as young people fight tokenism at our level beyond what Okanda said? If we answer that, and I go sit down, because that answers, it's a whole research. How do we do that? I'm using youth effort because most of the time as young people, we focus on what the national government is doing and not doing, what the UN is doing and not doing. But at our level, what are we putting on? What efforts are we using or contributing to fight this pandemic that we call youth, negligence or demographic disadvantage? How do we do that? Okay, let's get to work. Let's write it down and then exchange it to your neighbor, and then you discuss, and then I go sit down. Youth effort to fighting tokenism. And don't quote national government. Are we writing it down? Not in your laptop or your phone. Just write it down. One action, by the way, just one. One. The outcome of all this dialogue is going to culminate into a mandate, a youth mandate. So whatever you're writing will contribute to that eventually. We will say those who met in Nairobi in the Inception meeting, they came up with a mandate, and then those at the county level can validate or co-validate. Youth efforts to fighting tokenism. Again, don't overthink it. Paying transport for young people when they come to such events, is it tokenism? It's yours to answer, not mine. All right, anyone who's done and honest to share or willing to share? Yeah? Patience, are you ready to share? Yeah, you can just share. That was not a cast stone instruction, by the way. If you don't like your neighbor because they're in the three-piece suit, you don't have to share with them. You can try your neighbor on a dress. It's not compulsory. Yes, sure. All right. Thank you so much for sharing that and for your honesty. Is someone writing all this down? We have a rapporteur, right, Stella? Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure, go.
I think the biggest thing I've seen is sustainability in mindset. I think our generation is or the youth rather, are definitely desiring the right things, but there's an element to it where they want to see change right now, which is not a bad thing necessarily, but you're not thinking like 50, 60 years ahead. It's about my needs right now. So almost like a selfishness in that respect. And so it's even informed the methods, because if you're really thinking strategically, you're thinking about your children, your children's children. Yeah. It's not about arguing and fighting. Okay. It's are you understanding what is broken about it? And you know, you meet them at that kind of level of discourse, if that makes sense.
Right there. That is the point in everything you're saying. Meeting them at the point of where they are, at their point of need. All right, thank you so much. Anyone else? Okay, gentlemen in the room. We know the whole thing of ladies first, but it doesn't take you guys out of the equation. Gentlemen. Munaangusha tuta mchini. Do you guys want to share?
All right. I think with the issue of tokenism, we have to understand why does it exist in the first place. And you realize that for many young people, they think being in the room is a favor to them. Okay. They don't understand that being in the room is their right. Mm-hmm. So from where I see it, I think empowering young people to understand their right and their right to hold the government into account whenever time these issues are not being addressed, so that when they're in the room, they're not just silenced by the small money they're given, but they can be able to influence decision making through the power of their voice. Yep.
All right, thank you so much. Empowering them. Now, I want you to go down and write the how. How do you think young people are going to be empowered? And how can you meet them at their point of need? Yeah.
All right. I think how the young people can fight tokenism in my own way, because tokenism is quite wide, and because I also believe that giving somebody money for transport because they came to attend an event is not tokenism per se, unless that money is meant to drive them to come. Mm-hmm. You know, you can source somebody and you know they are going to come because the money you're giving. Yeah. But somebody can come to share ideas, to build on what you're working on together. And how we can fight tokenism is just to continue speaking about it so that the young people, and that he talked of civic education. If we can continue talking about tokenism, and then the young people will grow from a point of attending forums for what they get, but also to attend forums for what they really stand for and what really relates to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moving from what they get to what they want for. Because anyone else can agree with me. Have we utilized the advocacy card so much? The amplify, voice, voice, voice. Have we used that card so much? Is there anything else that we can do beyond just using our voice? All right, ask your neighbor. Ask your neighbor, what is he doing or she doing? If they tell you advocacy, walk away from where they're seated. Share.
So I'd like to piggyback on
okay.
what Okada said.
Guys, sorry. Maybe I should specify. You ask them during break time, okay? Yeah, not right now. Yeah.
Okay, so I would like to add on to what Okada had said in terms of going back to the source of tokenism. But first of all, you need to ask yourself first if the youth at the ground level, if they do understand what tokenism is. Do they understand the meaning of the word tokenism? Because then, if you yourself understand the word, they themselves don't, even if you speak about it, they'll not relate to it. Which brings me now to my point, which also I think Maurice had said, was that the thing is to bring down the information to them, to their level, in the way that they can also understand. So what we do at our organization is that we break down very complex information into formats with which even a child from class 5 can be able to understand. So if you can break down information in a way that they can understand, then they can be able to relate to it, and then they can understand it, and then they can take action.
All right, thank you so much. I love that. By the way, if your organization is doing something, and it's something you can quote, let us know. But that's really nice.
I'd like to just ride on what he said.
Go on.
In the first place, will you give me probably a practical example of what tokenism is and why is it bad? And it is from whose perspective? Is it from me, who is probably calling you as the youth to come? Or is it from the youth for coming, for what I called them for? I actually don't really understand what the tokenism is and how is it bad? Yes, let's start from there.
Okay. She said, let's go back to introduction of tokenism 101, okay? So what are principles of tokenism? Maybe that one word that defines tokenism for you as a young person, just for her to understand. One word. Your neighbor wants to help.
I have a scenario.
Paint for us, yes.
Okay, so my name is Robin. I run an organization called Anika Initiative, which is an art-based initiative. I am myself a storyteller, and we try to use artistic expression to build civic engagement on a wide variety of issues. So to give you an example of tokenism, in one of our programs we work with urban refugees, predominantly within the Nairobi cosmopolitan area. And one thing that we had a scenario at one point where we were having a series of dialogues on mental health and well-being, how it affects both the refugees in a community and the Kenyans, the host community that live and integrate with them. And so we had a maximum of 70 participants split between the different cadres of people. So we had women and children, we had the elderly, the young amongst the refugees, and then the elderly and the young amongst Kenyans living in the community. We had the chief, the county commissioner present, and leaders of Nyumba Kumi and other leadership structures within that community. So the tokenism came up in this instance where there were people who heard about the dialogue and wanted to come purely because there was a stipend for coming. How we mapped out the dialogue series is we created personas for what would benefit the discussion we're attempting to have. So we knew we were looking for example, an urban refugee woman who is a single mother who has lived within this community for, say, 10 years, who has asylum, who has been an accredited asylum seeker's pass for the past, say, 6 years. So we profiled everybody to a T, to the point that our profile, our personas had names. So we're like, okay, is this a Jane Murakiza? Jane Murakiza is the lady I've described. Is this a John Mugwaneza? John Mugwaneza is a man fitting another different profile. So I believe we were able to cut out the tokenism because we were very defined in who we were looking for. And I think most programs, people in programming in many different spaces do not take the time to do that kind of work, to profile. If we are going to have an intervention on a particular thing, how then do we go about getting the people who will make this conversation matter, so that we don't just get people who are here because there's something that is, in the grand scheme of things, meaningless, because a stipend of, say, 3,000 is meaningless in the grand scheme of what we are trying to achieve here. But somebody might make sure that they attend specifically for that. They have no reasonable input they want to give. They have no experiences we can learn from. They have nothing that they can offer, but they want to be there because of said token. So that's one aspect. The other angle tokenism I've encountered is when people say, for example, in political and governance spaces, that we know these politicians will not help us. So we'd rather go and take the 500 they are giving us, because at the end of the day, even if we don't go, we'll still experience the same problems, but now without the money. So at the end of the day, many people go to these events where politicians are, and they give the picture that this is a very popular person, a very loved person, because us watching at home who don't care for the 500 shillings that these politicians are giving, are looking at the multitude and we're like, okay, this person is actually, I mean, all these people can't be here for no reason. But then we don't see the other side of how tokenism is hurting the national story of how things are run in our country.
All right. Thank you so much. I believe he gave out two perspectives for young people and programming of youth meaningful participation programs. So those are two perspectives.
I get it. Now I've understood it. Thank you. Then now let me throw in my 2 cents to the questions you've asked.
Okay.
Number one, it's tokenism. It's bad based on who. Because if I give you an example, one person once just asked randomly for my contacts and my details, and I shared. And it was for a project that's looking for teenage mothers who have to like help them socioeconomically. And I was wondering, I don't fit that criteria, and I'd feel so bad to get the opportunity, yet someone else genuinely needs it. I'm not even from that county.
Right.
So you see, the one perpetrating, it's not even me, the youth, who's applying for it. It's someone else putting you in a position, because maybe I'm the one who's supposed to select people. So I choose 5 of you in this room because you're my friend, you're my friend's son, you're my relative. And personally, I'd already ruled myself out because I don't fit in the criteria. So my first question is, as you ask us, how will we, what can young people do to deal with tokenism? Number one, in a context where it's not the young people deliberately showing up, when it's the one doing the project perpetrating, is it in your part to say, no, I don't fit the bill, yet everyone else they work with went and handpicked people that they know, people who don't even fit that criteria. And the excuse was, even if I deliberately chose someone who needs it, everyone else around me will just go pick someone they know. They also won't meet the criteria. And then number two, as we call it tokenism, look at the context. Fine, they have a project, they're giving out 3,000. I live in Kayole, for example, and I can't even get that 3K. So if, in as much as I know, I might not, the reason might not be genuine. The underlying reason for me coming is because I really need that money. So as we're defining tokenism and how the youth can fight it,
how are we contextualizing how to deal with it?
Yeah.
Because if I don't have, I'll still come and I'll keep going as long as I don't have.
Sure. All right, thank you so much. There's something she brought out that is so, okay, now you guys are getting vibrant. It's nice, but time. You remember when I told you guys to interact with me earlier and you guys refused? This is karma on time. No. I'll give, if time allows, then of course, you're in control. Yeah, okay. So I finish with behind and then I come back and then this side. Okay, but the moral question issue, there is no policy that can fix that. Because it's up to you as an individual. Sorry, media, I apologize. How much is the insurance? No. There is no policy that can fix, someone's ethical standing of saying, no, I don't fit the bill. That is just a personal upbringing. But it's nice. It can be studied in research why we say no.
Hi everyone, my name is Terry Otieno. I like the discussion that's going on, but I wanted to point out two things. The literal definition of tokenism as we understand it at a global context, and now how we're defining it here in this room and how it's usually defined. So when you say token, most of us think of what you're given, and that's what we're talking about. What am I given in order to do something? So that's how we are looking at it. But at the global context, tokenism is actually you appearing and what your presence does. So when I appear and I have no power, that's what tokenism is. You are brought in the room. It doesn't matter how you were brought in the room. So we are thinking of, I was given per diem to come. But the real issue at the global context is when I came, did I speak? If I spoke, were these my own sentiments or was I given a pre-written speech? If the floor was opened, did they already have pre-assigned random people who will speak? So tokenism is about the facade of you having power of representation while you actually don't. When you have power to speak for yourself, to speak for your rights, when it's controlled. So I just wanted to bring that difference. So fighting tokenism definitely has to be from that perspective of why am I here? If I can just quickly draw in on the Youth Bill 2024. The overall issue we had with it when it was released, and it is one of the main reasons why it is still at the policy stage, is because of tokenism. We are the youth. It's meant for the youth, but it is not by the youth. The power of doing things in that bill is not by the youth. It's appointments given by cabinet secretaries, appointments by these, the money is given by the government. So tokenism from that angle, where we are there, but we are not there. So, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much. There is a global version of tokenism. There is a grassroots version of tokenism, which is the two scenarios that you had from the two friends next to each other and what Terry said. You see, once you fight the grassroots one, you go and meet the bigger version of tokenism where you are invited, but you are not. Okay, you are here to show face, act cute, smile for the camera, that's it. Sorry.
I don't know, I think I have two thoughts. I think the first one is the whole idea of collectivism and individualism. I think how the continent, or in general, how Kenya we approach issues is from a very individualistic perspective. And I don't want to call anyone out, but we're all seated here heading a lot of organizations, and we've come to speak about what our organization does, what we are looking for, what we want to do, and all this. And I think that in there is the main problem. We're thinking, and I think it's hard not to think about yourself because you're representing needs for everyone. But I think individualism was never the way we ran our societies before colonialism. And individualism worked for societies like the Western because they are based on individualistic ideals. Kenya, or the way youth needs to transform this country, can't be done from an individualistic perspective. You know, I need to be able to sit here, and when I leave here, I go tell all my friends, you listen, go and read that youth bill, go and understand what it's talking about, so that when MCs and MPs are running for government, we are able to talk about issues that represent us. That's number one. Number two, there's this story, and I'll just give it very quickly, about Dr. James Mwangi, the Equity CEO, and he was called by IMF to go and discuss ways in which IMF can help them develop the continent. And when he went there, like she said, there are invites that you get that you're not really invited. It's more of like a courtesy call. But when he went there, he strictly told them, you guys don't want to develop Africa. To their faces. He told them, you don't want to develop Africa. You've never done anything to help us develop. You've never helped us with anything. He went on and on for 3 hours until they didn't believe him. So he told them, go and get 40 other leaders like you and come and tell us why we haven't done anything. So he went. He got 40 other people like him to come and talk about the same thing. And now, it has been agreed by both IMF, AU, United Nations, EU, that private companies are the ones who are going to develop, are the main financiers of developing this continent, and that governments and the people are simply enablers because they are pushed out of the conversation. So I think what I'm trying to say is that I want us to be collective so that when we are going to speak, we are speaking as one voice, if that makes sense. And that we are not each trying to say something different, you know. Yeah. And we really want to express ourselves, and it's so right. But like, I don't know whether anyone is watching David D's posts on Twitter, on X. He's saying, you guys are just chatting. You're not saying anything. All you're doing is just talking. And I think we need to understand that there's a responsibility with having an opinion. You don't just have an opinion to express yourself. You must be responsible for that opinion that you've said, I think. Okay, yeah.
Responsibility of your opinion. How many of us say, Ruto must go, but what is the responsibility of Ruto must go? What are we willing to lose for him to go? Not my words, media, don't record that. DCI. All right, any other person? I love this, responsibility of our opinions.
I think from what Terry gave, the tokenism, what's it called, meaning, I'll base my facts on Pavlov's theory, classic conditioning. So behavior is mostly, conditioned by association. So I think maybe for fighting tokenism, we need to unlearn the classic conditioning, the symbolic gestures. We just need to unlearn all that, and then we move forward.
All right. Unlearn the classic condition. She sounds like a researcher. I love that. All the theories and methodologies. You just have to undo that yourself. Again, moral standing.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Caleb. And I'm basically from Baringo. It's only that I happen to be within the city. And I've heard everybody speak. And one of the issues, I'm happy that we are currently talking mostly of youth problems. But I believe if I understood the youth bill properly, is that the government has the capability of collecting all the issues affecting the youth and creating a starter of how they can address them. For example, KNBS can be funded properly and run a countrywide campaign on collecting issues that are affecting the youth, create a statistics of all the issues raised by everybody. You can imagine if KNBS runs a campaign to collect issues affecting everybody the way they do for census, we will all hire our issues because they will be empowered to come to our households, and we will all be raising our issues properly in a way that the government will see the predominant problem affecting the youth is this, and there will be a percentage of each problem, and that way it will be simpler for it to start implementing all these policies, and that way we can kill the issues of tokenism, and we'll just be holding the government accountable of why have you not implemented these issues that are affecting us, and these are the percentages. Yeah, that's my perspective.
Yeah, thank you so much. I love the aspect of funding KNBS, even though KNBS, okay, the government wants to talk, so I will not say what I was wanting to say. But No, I say KNBS holds monopoly of data, and for us researchers, it's really a pain in our brains because why not someone else? But, sorry.
Well, not speaking for KNBS, but I know they work with us.
Yes.
They work with the Kenyans, not with us as an institution alone. On the subject matter, number one, I tend to think it's an issue of culture. Yeah. What we met is what we do. Actually, it's not about the youth. Even the elderly, 80, 70, they try to please the readers so that they get maybe an appointment. What this does, and maybe the problem now that we as young people are facing, is that we cannot make decisions based on value, based on what we believe in. That's why I was about to ask my sister here, when she talks about maybe needing the 3,000, it might not be a token, but when you go to that room, are you likely to contribute just to please the person who called you? Yeah. Or you will just be very open in terms of what you believe in and what you think is the way we should go? As you are invited here, are you likely to give your views to please the SDG Kenya Forum, so that maybe you become part of this process, or you give something that will add value to what they have thought? So that's what I think maybe as a country we are missing, and I don't know how we can change the culture. Because sometimes now from where I sit, we talk about maybe engagements, but sometimes you shy away from calling even young people because you don't have what? That cash to refund, even if it's online. You ask for airtime, and sometimes planning from government is a bit different. So if it was not factored in, but it's something that has not come, you might not be having all that amount. And at the end of the day, it ends with the pesa imekurwa.
All right, thank you so much. Oh, final? What? Yeah, time is really not on our side. I don't know how many gentlemen have talked, but I'm going to give him for the... Maurice, don't do that. Final, and then COI will write it down for us.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. So I just wanted to add something. You know, there's a culture whereby as young people, we want to be invited somewhere and to be engaged in something, but you don't deserve to be there. And you know, we have to be realistic. There's this culture of young people, a little bit also of laziness, but also a little bit of entitlement. So for example, it's like today you want to invite me to go to a conversation on aviation or aeroplanes, but I have never flown a plane. I have not even done engineering. I've not done any research on that area. So what am I going to do? Of course, you can always have an opinion of everything. It's human culture. But having an opinion on something does not make you an expert in that because you've not done anything about it. So we also have to shift from there. We have to understand that power comes from a position of privilege. So the only way, according to the power theory as well, because we also a little bit of academics, if you want power, you also have to deserve power. The only reason why James Mwangi, like my sister said, was invited is because James Mwangi formed his own bank, ran one of the largest bank in number of customers. Probably it's KCB or Equity, one of them too. That's why he was invited. But you just can't expect any young person who's just out in the streets to be invited for such a forum, and if they are not invited, you say, oh, as young people, you are not involved. What are you going to discuss in a World Bank meeting? What have you done to deserve to be there? So we have to shift from there. And when you shift, you will realize that in all these spaces, the young people who are involved, they are involved there because they've done something related to that. They have something to contribute on the table. If you don't have, I always advise, please sit out, use your opinion on social media, as we always do. Thanks.
Again, not my words, you guys. Not my words. This is the nice exonerating forum I've ever consulted for or facilitated. But the main purpose of this interaction was to fight tokenism from my perspective. I didn't want to come here and tell you guys, oh, Pact for the Future, and then these are entry points. But you guys have given out, these are entry points. And if anyone was taking notes or rapporteur in the room, these are young people's words of tokenism and how they themselves can fight it and what it means for them. So that was my session, everyone. If you don't take anything, please take these. Those are not my words. These are young people's words, okay? All right, you guys have the best session, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Linda. Another round of applause. That was a very interesting and interactive session. Even if anyone had not spoken, they've had a chance now. And at least we feel like we're now having these conversations already. So when we start this, it's going to be very, okay, not when we start, we've already started. As we continue with this, it's going to be very easy. I've also been challenged and a lot to think about tokenism right there. So we want to go to the next session very quickly. We are behind time. And so I want to call upon another 2024-2025 delegate. He's a man of suits. You will always find him in a three-piece suit. You can already look around the room and you can pinpoint the person. Always in suits. He's an author. He's a public speaker, a trainer in public speaking. What's this guy's called? LinkedIn influencer. Yeah, he always just amazes me every time. He just makes me feel like I need to learn how to use opportunities. To be honest, so help me welcome Stephen Okanda. Oh, and he's recently married and added weight.
That's the most important thing. Wow. Great. Let's put our hands together and appreciate Diana for the spectacular work that she has done. We can do better than that. Great. I know we have been sitting for quite some time. I just want us to do a short activity and then we get into the panel session, right? We all know the chicken dance. So we need to get some dancing so that when we get into the panel session, at least our minds are engaged. All right? So media team, you have the chicken dance. I'm not a good dancer, but we can try and do something on chicken dance. So we can all be upstanding as we do this together. Right. All right, so at least we have the audiovisual to help us in terms of getting that together. All right, let's go. Or do we have someone who knows how to do this? Okay. So, move on the side. We are going to the other side. On the right. Oh, on the left. Now we're going on the right. All right. We go. All right, to the right, to the left, to the right again, to the left. I can see those who don't know where the right is and the left is. This is the last round. Great. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, DJ. You can be up. We can be seated. I know we can be tempted to dance until tomorrow morning. Now, we have been having great conversations since morning. But one of the underpinning realities of this conversation is that Kenya is actually undergoing critical policy transitions. We have the Youth Bill 2024, Kenya National AI Strategy 2025 to 2030, the Kenya Persons with Disability Act of 2025, and updates to peace and cohesion frameworks. We have the National Policy on Peace Building and Conflict Management, National Cohesion and Integration Act, that is the TJRC Act. But yet, youth remain underrepresented in decision making. And we've been having this conversation for quite a long time. And there is persistent disconnect between community priorities and national policy implementation. Now, during electoral cycles, these gaps actually intensify, and political intolerance grows, misinformation spreads, and young people are often mobilized without meaningful influence on policy outcomes. Now, previous Africa United Nations Youth Delegates program and also partner evaluation highlights fragmented civic education, limited structured pathways for youth to translate grassroots advocacy into policy inputs, and inconsistent coordination between governments, youth networks, and development partners. Now, this afternoon, we are going to have a panel discussion to try and break down what this means to us. I don't know, maybe just by the show of hand, how many of us you have interacted with the Youth Bill of 2024? Anyone? Okay, I can see some few hands going up. Let's do that one more time. Okay, because that data is also important for Linda and the guys who are doing research. Another question, how many of us maybe you have an idea of the Kenya AI strategy of 2025 to 2030? Okay, I can see hands. I can see 4 people, 5 people. And maybe lastly, especially people who are into the PWD advocacy work, how many of us here have interacted with the Disability Act of 2025? Okay, I can see some few hands. Now, to help us with this discussion, we have 3 panelists who are going to join me on stage as we break down this humongous topic of discussion. We have Terry Otieno. Now, Terry Otieno is a policy advisor. She's also Africa Diaspora Network in Japan, in the African Diaspora Network in Japan as a policy advisor. And she has done quite a lot of youth work with the major groups for children and youth, which works in concurrence with the United Nations. And the second person to join us on stage is Sandra Nyawira. Can put our hands together for Sandra Nyawira. Sandra Nyawira comes from the United Disabled People of Kenya, UNDP, United Disabled Persons of Kenya, UDPK. Okay, sorry. Oops, sorry. Okay, we can put our hands together as we invite Sandra to join us on stage. Thank you, Sandra, for joining us. And then lastly, we have Mr. Johnson Ritho from the National Youth Council, who is also going to help us get to really have a clear grasp of what the National Youth Council is doing to making sure that we envisage some of this discussion into practicalities. Thank you so much, my panelists. It's good to see you all. And maybe as we kick off this conversation, because we don't have much time, I want to start with Mr. Johnson. Now, Mr. Johnson, we have had quite a lot of discussions about the National Youth Council and what it is doing, what it is not doing. From where you sit, can you say that the National Youth Council is achieving its mandate as a platform for youth engagement in the nation?
Thank you. Allow me to do my kind of introduction.
Indeed, go ahead.
Because you called me Ritho. But my name is Johnson Ritha, working for National Youth Council. I'm your servant. But also just to introduce National Youth Council so that as I answer you, we can say, you can be knowing or maybe evaluating. So National Youth Council is a state agency, or what we call in quotes parastatus, under the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports. Formed as an act of parliament, sometimes in 2009, to harness and advocate for youth voice and to continue the activities and initiatives of youth. Our tagline being amplifying the youth voice. So back to your question, whether we think we are achieving our mandate. I would say this. If I thought otherwise, I would not be here. So I believe that we are doing the best. We are not at 100% as we should, but maybe due to some of the issues that are beyond our control. Having said that, if you look...
Maybe what are some of those issues beyond your control?
Yes. So an organization, a government organization per se, is guided by a number of things and also supported. For example, on a daily basis, I receive a concept from youth survey organizations, which is part of our mandate in terms of coordinating but not financing, requesting for finances. But because we are young people and I can say we are so many researchers, maybe you can also try to get information in terms of how much we get versus maybe the huge population of young people that we have in the country. And also the organizations that are there. So as per the expectations of young people or young youth-led organizations, we might not be meeting 100% expectations in terms of maybe supporting them to do the activities, including maybe some under SDGs. Of course, we try to link young people with organizations or maybe to jointly resource mobilize with young people so that at least they achieve what they are doing. So that is one of the aspects. Number two, we have a huge country with 47 counties. I'm likely to get a question from my friend from Baringo that we have not seen you in Baringo, but at least we have been there maybe twice or thrice. But some counties, maybe Turkana, Leader, personally I have not been there. If you try to ask yourself how many of us are there, for example, without mentioning the numbers, the current situation, each staff may be based on how we are currently. Maybe I'm supposed to be handling like 10 counties. So movements involves a lot of things, and of course, their office work. Having said that, we have been to Turkana not physically, for example, personally, but engaging. For example, we have engaged with you more than thrice. Because also we try now to leverage on what is there to achieve our mandate. For example, technology. We have webinars, we meet in teams, and so other means. So we are doing the best that we could, and I believe that we are achieving our mandate in one way or the other, but of course there is usually room for improvement, especially for human beings. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll be coming back to you with a follow-up question because I know these young people are seated in the room. They have a lot of questions in regards to the mandate of the National Youth Council and whether or not what you've just said is what they feel from this other side of their sitting. Now, possibly, let me hear from Terry. Did we need another youth bill? We have the Kenya National Youth Policy of 2019, and all of a sudden we are slapped with another youth bill. What is the, do we need a youth bill again, from where you sit as a policy expert?
Well, from my perspective, and being Kenyan, the fact that we have good policies already, there's never really a need to add one more. Since even from the general point of why the bill was created, we already have that. So the focus of the bill is to empower people through various ways, digitally, entrepreneurial, and all. But the thing is, we already have a bill that does that.
Yeah.
We already have organizations that do that. So, in short, no, we did not. But since it is there, we now had to address it, and that's why we got to make sure that we reviewed it. And during the stakeholder engagement, I led a whole thing, and across all the 8 places, I made sure there were representatives that were going to take the memorandum we had created and also coordinated submitting written input. I even did an interview in Swahili. Can you imagine? On K24. But really, we are past the question of do we need it because it's here. So once the policy makers and institution heads decide we need it and it's already drafted, then we now can't fight its oblivion. We now have to fight for justice within it since it's here with us. But still good that it is at the policy formulation stage, regardless of the fact that we've already done the first stakeholders meetings.
And possibly, Terry, you saw quite majority of the young people in this room maybe have never been interacted with that bill. Maybe can you just take us through what are the what are the practical or foundational pillars of that bill? What does it inform, and what are possibly the gaps which can inform the entry points for these young people who are running various organizations and institutions?
So the bill itself, the Youth Bill 2024, is meant to advance development, participation, and empowerment by creating avenues for facilitating youth-driven innovation, talent search, research, entrepreneurship. So in two ways, this bill is just coming to empower you to do things for yourself, by yourself. So it is to provide an avenue for youth-led initiatives across different sectors. But is that what is that what is drafted within it? I already gave a point about it in a general way, which is the real issue. So the way it is stipulated, it's very, very clear. It has designation of roles and even talks about the youth fund, where we can get the money, and then talks about constitution of the board and all that. So it's very good. But the way it's being said, it will not literally give us what the purpose of empowering us to do things for ourselves. Going back to the conversation of tokenism, it is not doing that because even though the bill is for youth, it is not by youth in terms of power. So we will not be the ones operationalizing it in the sense of who's making the decisions. It can heavily tokenize us because if a cabinet secretary is the one appointing a chairperson, like if you go to part 7, which I really had a problem with because I always know the person who brings you is the one who is talking. Like we, as policymakers, we always say a politician is not speaking for himself. Rather, they are speaking for the interest parties that made it possible for them to be there. And so if the paragraph 38, I'll have to go to my notes and say, paragraph 38, clause 2A, it literally tells us that the cabinet secretary responsible for the youth affairs is the one that will be appointing the chairperson of the youth fund board. So you're like, if they are brought by someone and we did not have the openness and the due process of who applied, how were they selected, was there, like, we do not have an ability to question it or be a part of it, then how are we going to hold the chairperson accountable? How are we even able to tell that this board, led by this chairperson that has been appointed from one of us, of course, being a youth, if we are lucky, because you remember we have some of our youth related entities, parastatals being led by good old wisdom held people like 90-something years, right? I just don't want to mention the names. So that's the problem. So basically for me, when I was sitting down and analyzing the youth bill and we had a whole memorandum written on it, if I could just say in one sentence, the issue we had with it is it's for the youth but not by the youth. Not in terms of drafting, in terms of how it will be executed. The youth will be there, but they're not there. So that's my major issue with it. But the ideas it gives, the structure it provides, and the avenues of how we as young people can be empowered to work for ourselves, by ourselves, it's really good. So idea is good. The execution, no. And unfortunately, if you just Google right now, the updated version of the youth bill after the stakeholder meetings still has almost verbatim of what I have said, which was in the draft bill. So you're wondering, where did our memorandums go? Where did our written emails, feedback go, because it's like it's updated, but it's still telling us the same thing. So it still has that gap. So that's a challenge, a structural one across it. But the bill itself could be like what we're saying, the Pact of the Future, coming to empower and accelerate the implementation of the other existing bills here.
And we'll be coming to that in terms of how then can we envisage what has been propagated in the Pact for the Future and borrow leave for localization. We'll be coming to that as a follow-up question. And we sincerely want to appreciate you, together with the young people who you work with, for making a lot of noise. I remember just a day or two after that bill has come out, I saw you had written a whole thesis on your LinkedIn and making a lot of noise about it. And maybe to all of us in the room, I think it's upon us to go and read what the bill entails and look at the gaps that exist and how you and your work can continue to amplify and sort of answer or bridge solution towards the gaps that are existing. Now, let's now get to hear from Sandra Nyawera, who is representing the United Disabled Persons of Kenya, UDPK. And there's been quite a lot of conversation about inclusivity. And we have seen that the upcoming Disability Act of 2025 is big on inclusion. But from where you sit, what do you see as practical gaps that can ensure that youth with disability are meaningfully engaged as far as the country governance processes are concerned?
Thank you so much for that. And also maybe just to introduce myself as well. My name is Sandra Nyawera. I have visual impairment, total blindness. And for purposes of description and maybe as good practice, in the event that you're in a room with people with visual impairment, it's good to introduce yourself. So I'm short, 5'1", I'm dark-skinned, I have dreadlocks. Today I'm in a peach suit, black top, and black shoes.
Wow.
Yes.
Let's put our hands together. Yes. You know, there are people seated here, but they cannot even describe how they're dressed up.
Yes. So that then allows people who are not able to see you to have a visual and sort of get to understand who they're conversing with.
Amazing.
Yes, so now on to the question. And of course, for those who may not know who UDPK is, so United Disabled Persons of Kenya is the umbrella organization of organizations of persons with disabilities in the country. So essentially, like the way we'd have we used to call it Chama cha Wanawake. There's that organization. So UDPK is like that. We were founded back in 1989, and we do a lot of work around advocacy, ensuring meaningful participation of persons with disabilities across different sectors of life. And so, of course, that begs the question as to why we have been heavily involved in the process of that led to the assent of the Act, which was ascended to in May 2025. And the Act is a big win for us as a movement. Of course, has a lot of gains, especially because it's anchored around the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which is an international treaty that is like our Bible in terms of disability inclusion and how that looks like in different contexts. And so our new legislations align with that. And in terms of also the principles, similar aspects around respect for the inherent dignity of persons with disabilities, respect for equality between men and women with disabilities, access to opportunities, accessibility, the evolving capacities of children. All of those are principles in which the Act is premised on. And the Act is actually quite big, and I'd want to challenge us to just check our socials. We did a simplified version just recently that allows a lay person with disability, every Kenyan with disability, with and without disability, to actually dissect the Act in a way that it actually relates to our context. So you could go check it out too. It's quite elaborate, but it's what we love about this bill is it's very progressive on aspects around promoting independent living. It recognizes reasonable accommodation and accessibility as rights. it recognizes aspects around equality and non-discrimination as key aspects of that govern the Act. And right now, even aspects around discrimination are really punishable by law, there are those terms that have been speculated within the bill around that. We have all these different sections that speak to different demographics. Children with disabilities, young people with disabilities has been expressly mentioned in this Act, as opposed to the other one, where we have all of these aspects around young people having access to information in accessible formats, young people having access to participate in political spaces, young people having access to education, healthcare, young people having access to actually engage in different civic spaces. So there's a lot that is within the Act currently, even aspects around economic empowerment, the 5-quota system that we've been talking about, issues of women with disabilities. So it's quite a comprehensive policy. But then some of the major gaps that we are actually seeing, and that's why we are really doing a lot to try and ensure that the information around these rights are actually known to young people, is young people are not aware that young persons with disabilities, most of them are not aware that they have rights as persons with disabilities. So then even when violations happen, even when they get discriminated, then they are not aware that, first of all, they have been discriminated and what are the referral pathways of actually seeking for redress. Young people are not aware that they need to access services, and it is not a favor being granted to them. It is a right. Young people are not aware that accessibility is non-negotiable. Young people with disabilities are not aware that reasonable accommodation should be provided for you to have equal access to resources, to opportunities on an equal basis with young people without opportunities. So one of the biggest gaps is, of course, that knowledge gap. And of course, then also understanding then how do you navigate aspects around engaging with different actors, if it's your county government, if it is the national government, issues around how they use local data to also back when they are pushing for implementation of this Act, when they're talking about, because you'll go to counties and they'll ask you, so how many are these persons with disabilities that you would want us to budget for? So how do they leverage the data that they have? There are so many CAs. So some of us, we keep on talking about, and especially within our space, we've always said the 2019 census did not capture, that was not a true reflection of our data. But then, we don't have to wait for 10 years to get a true reflection of our data. Yes, that's government duty, but there's something we can do as young people with and without disabilities in our capacities. There's a lot of work we're doing with CSOs at the ground level. Data is collected every day by government. People are born every day. Hospitals collect data. Schools, NEMIS. How do we leverage all of that to also challenge our counties that we have data? We don't really need to wait for 10 years to have that data. And how are we using that data to implement this Act? Have our counties domesticated this Act? It passed in May. What are our counties saying about it? Do they know that it passed? How are we contextualizing that to our reality? So for us, it's really dissecting that information and ensuring that all of the provisions that are within the Act, every young person is aware of those. And we're happy that in a span of 3 months, the Act has already been tested.
Wow.
So we had one young man who took a case to court. It's in public domain. You can go check it out. It's the Wilson Masharia versus I&M case.
Amazing.
And he won just this month, got quite a number of millions, but of course, what's most important is the affirmation that, provision and access to services is not a favor. These are rights that persons with disabilities are entitled to, and the fact that he was discriminated on basis of his disability and that was affirmed by the court, then is a true depiction that all of it, this is a responsibility not just for persons with disabilities and our movements, but for the whole entire CSO space, because disability rights are human rights. So if we're talking about disability, it's part of human diversity. It's
right.
recognizing difference and all of that. Yeah.
Wow, that's impressive. And that's quite a lot to pick. And I hope that that work is not just for Sandra and the people that she works with. It's for all of us. It's upon all of us to go and dissect what does that act look like, and from where you sit, we who sit in different places of influence, how then can we continue making sure that the act actually is put into practice. And Sandra, you talked about data and how data is also very important, and we don't have to wait for 10 years for us to have the right data. But also when you look at the Kenya National AI Strategy, they look at how data can continue to inform governance and the issues of ethics, but also the main key agenda of that strategy is making sure that they put Kenya into the African map. And I just wanted to do a follow-up question to Mr. Johnson, that this national strategy on AI introduces quite a lot of opportunities for youth-led innovation. From where you sit at the National Youth Council, how can we ensure that young people are adequately equipped to benefit from these opportunities that shape digital transformation?
Thank you for the question. Number one, I would say National Youth Council is really prepared to ensure that young people tap into any opportunities that comes in. For example, if you talk about AI, it requires a lot of capacity building.
Right.
Initially, there was a lot of fear that it's coming maybe to take away the works that we have or the ones that we are looking at. But then how do we look at this AI? The young people into tapping into the opportunities that come into it. So as National Youth Council, one of the things that we have done or we are doing is to ensure that we continue the youth space. That is whereby we bring all these young people in the different sectors, something that we call sector working group. And one of the particular interests is the innovation and tech sector working group, whereby it brings together the youth survey organizations and youth who are in that tech and innovation. And on top of that, what we do is that we ensure that they synergize and learn from each other. Number two, we really rely on collaborations. In the sense that we might not be having all the resources, as I said, but there are stakeholders out there with those resources. For example, if we talk about capacity building on AI and all other things, of course, we partner with institutions like Huawei, which ensures that youth from across the country are tech savvy. And as a result, I think in all engagements that they have, and also in almost all the conferences that we are having currently, we incorporate AI so that at least young people can know how to tap into it. So a number of things is to ensure there is a network of people within that sector just to learn from each other, and also to ensure that young people can benefit from them by networking. Number two, there is a lot of collaborations when it comes to institutions that are in the tech sector to ensure that at least they support the young people to leverage on the same. That is among other things that can come into that. That is maybe recognitions. We have some ones that usually run through partnership with others, and a lot of engagement to ensure that we know what young people require, so that at least we can pass it to relevant institutions. For example, when it comes to the ICT ministry, rely on us maybe to give our views in terms of what the young people need. Just to mention a few is that even from the government perspective, there is a lot of trainings that are ongoing, especially involving the young people. For example, there is a partnership between the government and KSG and other institutions to ensure that young people and actually the public servants, they are trained on AI so that at least as they engage the young people, they can at least ensure that there is that digital transformation within the government sector. And ensure that young people are really involved and they tap into the benefits that come to it. Thank you.
Amazing. So what you're just saying is that young people have to keep looking out for some of those opportunities. So where do you share them, on website, on?
Well, for the networks that I'm talking about, if you look at National Youth Council, you can register to be among the network. That is the somewhere written YSO. It stands for Youth Survey Organizations. Then from there you can choose the sector that you are interested in, whether it's innovation. When it comes to these collaborations and the opportunities that come into with it, mostly we use our social media, which is national NYC _ Youth Voice across all. Across all the social medias. So from there you can register based on the interest of the organization that you are collaborating with, or across any opportunity that you come across. That includes something that we call 4@4, which also connects, which means that young people can maybe use it to get the opportunities that are there, whether it's jobs, whether there are opportunities for training, and so forth. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. I hope we have taken note of that. When he was just speaking, I went to the National Youth Council website, and there is a place where you can be able to register and possibly follow the prompt as he has actually highlighted. But as we almost come to the conclusion of this conversation, and I'll be hoping that we share our comments. If you have questions, please just write them down. After we have done one round of questions, we'll be able to come to the ground. You can ask your question to a specific person, or you can generalize your question and it will be responded to. Now, back to you, Terry. You have been at the pinnacle of trying to break down the Pact for the Future, the localization process, and also you have been big on helping people understand the youth bill, and you've pushed quite a number of things on that front. My question will just be very basic, that how can Kenya practically align the youth bill and the Pact for the Future, which has a lot. Linda was just talking about the action 34, 35, 36, and 37. And
it has 56 actions in total.
Absolutely. But if you look at it, basically action 20, and then you come to chapter 4, action 34 to 37 talks more centrally about the young people. So how can this youth bill be able to align with the Pact for the Future commitment, especially those actions we have talked about, to ensure that youth voices and their influence are actually put into practice?
So I will go on a long explanation of what the pact is, but Linda helped with that, and that across the 5 chapters, chapter 4 focuses on young people and the future generation, which was sort of made separate. There's the youth, the young people, and then future generation. That allowed younger populations, especially in Africa, to now have double ways to get into the global context. But in terms of how to bring the Pact of the Future and the Youth Bill together, I would think of one. How something is made gives its power. And we know very well the reason why we all understand, or if you just take time to read, you will understand the policy processes that go on at the UN is because of how open and accessible the process and the materials are.
That's right.
So that will be the vast thing to do. If ever the youth bill is supposed to be accepted by young people, how it is brought to book, because we saw the draft. I don't recall knowing who drafted it, apart from just the ministry. Like, if we can really say the way we always say, following the UN process, we always know when a process is about to begin. There's always a call for action, which is separated. So we are not even saying to take power from some people. We are saying we understand there's the member states and there's the ministries, so they do their work. But then what space and actions can civil society take? So don't bring us at the end of it for stakeholders and reviews. Bring us at the beginning as civil society actors. Let us know this bill is about to be out. These are the objectives of the bill we want to put in place. Submit your position papers. Give us the drafts. Then these drafts, we are going to tell everyone, we received 90 drafts from different people. Here they are. And then this is our zero draft. So that when I, as a policy analyst, come to analyze the zero draft, I can track some language and ideas and themes that we gave in a position paper.
That's right.
So like openness from the very start of the formulation to implementation, execution, and accountability. The more information you give people, the more your bill has power, because then it is accepted. If I understand something, I'll know this is why it is like this.
Yeah.
And of course, with accountability, we will make sure that as a gentleman said, you're not just speaking because you have an opinion. Accountability mechanisms allow people who are qualified to question something to be able to do that. So for me, aligning it is pick up from what the global policy process is. It is always bottom up, then up, bottom.
But we have bottom up approach.
Yeah, bottom up, literally, because it starts from civil society. We give drafts, we go for reviews, we comment, we get specific, and we lobby through the member states. And then after that, the member states vote, and then they bring it back to us. So it always has to be a bottom up, like it cuts across. So that will be the best thing to happen to the bill, because if it happens, then the authority and power will be balanced in the bill, and then we will meet the objective that it has, which is good for all of us. There's no one who will not want to be empowered. Yeah, so anything that comes to empower us, good. And then also I would want it now to move from policy to action, like literally. They have ideas there, but I don't understand. Where's the action plan? Whenever it is a global policy framework comes, it comes with a plan of action, and then it also comes with the accountability mechanism in terms of our website because of digitalization. So if we have a bill, if it ever gets assented and into a law, then one, the plan of action, a biannual one can do, and then we understand that the first phase will be funded at this point, and then by then we need to have gotten funds from this other point. And this plan of action, let us monitor how it's being implemented, and we are getting real-time feedback. We are not waiting for annual reports or auditors after 2 years and all. So for me, those will be the two most important things to borrow from the global Pact of the Future process as whole to bring back to the Youth Bill 2024.
Teriel says, as she has said, bottom up, right? Bottom up. Bottom up is very important. And I think we have to take that very serious in terms of pushing for some of this agenda. And how you have been able to paint out how it happens globally. It is not the other way around where you just come and slap people with documents. Very, very clear. Now, Sandra, seated in this room are young people who run institutions, organizations. Some of them are policy makers. Some of them are voices of influence in their own right. How can this network, so these youth networks, together with organizations championing for PWDs, able to collaborate? From where you sit, do you think you feel the impact of these other youth networks? So how can we make this collaboration effective so that what you're trying to achieve, especially through the act, can actually be, can come to life?
Thank you so much for that question. And yes, there is so much that we can do collectively as CSOs within the youth sector. And when it's youth in all their diversities. But then it has to start from the point where are we really intentional in reaching the diverse identities that young people come with. This would include young people with disabilities. So do we feel there's an added value of having young people with disabilities as part of the demographic that we are targeting, and how do they contribute to our larger goal as organizations? Because if that is missing, then every other thing else really doesn't count, because that's where it starts from. So if the intentionality is there, it means that we will deliberately seek, or rather mobilize, young people with disabilities. So, and I know we've always had mainstream organizations, youth-led, youth-serving organizations would ask us, we don't see these young people with disabilities. Are they there? Where do they exist? But then it's that deliberate, are we really deliberate on finding out where they are? Because we have organizations of persons with disabilities. Some of them are even youth-led organizations of persons with disabilities. These are membership organizations that have members, young people who are part of that demographic. So if we are intentional in actually finding young people with disabilities, then we will find them. And then now we take it a step further. So when we are deliberate in seeking them, once we find them, we also need to recognize that there are preconditions for disability inclusion, right? So we talk about issues around accessibility, right? And I've had my fellow panelists here talking about the way they have opportunities and aspects around. So how does a young person with disability, for example, with intellectual disability, interact with your website or interact with your socials? Yes, the information is there, but does everyone have access? Wow. Am I able to interact with that information on an equal basis with other young people? Just the same way when we go to West Pokot, so we need to speak the language for them to understand. Same way, when we're also interacting with persons with disabilities, we also need to figure out what is the best way of getting that information home. So easy read, braille, materials that are adaptable to screen readers, large print. There are so many alternative formats. All of those are things that we need to consider if we are really intentional around that. Aspects around reasonable accommodation. I know we've talked about tokenism, and I know there are different schools of thoughts, even around how we facilitate young people to also participate in many of these forums, and especially when it comes to persons with disabilities and especially young people, because of those intersecting identities, there are very many barriers that they're exposed to, and at times we support facilitation because it now becomes, it's not around tokenism, but it's around how do we ensure meaningful and effective participation that ensures equal access. For example, I need a sighted guide. If I was to go for a session, I'd have to look for my own transport, also look for transport for my sighted guide. Same would apply for people who, for example, are wheelchair users. So how are we considering all of that in a way that we're also lessening the burden on the young person with disability who may not have an income that will they really want to participate in civic spaces, really want their voices to be heard, but they really don't have the means of and all of that. So how are we rather promoting the economic empowerment through linkages to livelihood programs or other even support in ways that they'll be able to participate? Another thing is, so that's around reasonable accommodation, how we ensure that we are meeting the unique needs of persons with disabilities. And then also let's remember, we are not homogeneous. Every person with disability, we could even be having the same impairment, but our needs are very different. That's so treat every individual as heterogeneous as you can. Then, of course, how do we make the participation not just tick a box? I know it's always good to have in our reports that we had 57 persons with disabilities. It's nice, but then what did they do? Did they just come to the meeting and we saw them? Yes. So did we ensure that every measure to ensure that equal participation and effective participation was met, right? Was that there? And then did it just stop at us voicing what happened after the meeting, was there accountability structures and all of that. In terms of even how our organizations, I know we have boards, right? So do we have representation of persons, young people at that level, so that then when we are speaking about the issues of youth in their diversities, then the demographic of young people with disabilities is represented, because there are unique experiences that need to be told by us, right? And I know we have this slogan and many of us use it, "There's nothing for us without us," right? And us, we also added a caveat, anything for us without us is against us. So if we are speaking for young people, we are also part of that demographic. So if you're speaking for youth and we are not there, then you're against us. So also in whether government, even the National Youth Council, do we have representation at the moment? Within our programming, is that reflected? So all of that needs to be taken into consideration. And I believe, and even within the SDGs, we always talk about leaving no one behind. But then there's also something that usually says, reaching the farthest behind first. So if we are leaving no one behind, who's farthest? If it's young people, among the young people, we could have indigenous young people, we have young people with disability, maybe even within the disability space, we also have specific disabilities that are further left behind. So could we still have that at the back of our minds, in that participation is meaningful from the word go? Not that we're just calling we've designed a program for persons with disabilities, but we've not designed with them. So do we know the needs? We've designed for them, but not with them. So it's that intentionality across the whole cycle, and really looking at the preconditions for inclusion, accessibility, reasonable accommodation, all of those need to be in place. And for me, that I'd say, if we have that, and of course, centering organizations of persons with disabilities, and they are there across all the counties. We have those organizations that have the lived experience, the expertise, and would really be able to support with linkages, and also support with how to go around,
Great, profound. If it is for us without us, it's against us, right? Profound. Now, I want to come to the floor. We have had quite a lot of deliberations, a lot of discussions. What is your pain point? What do you want to be addressed? What is that one thing you came with in this forum today that you wanted to go home with answers? I know for some of us, we come here, and when we go back, young people ask us, "You went there. What did they say?" So possibly I'll want to open a round of questions. Maybe I'll pick around 3-4 questions, and then we close it at that. So if you have a question, you can just shoot your hand up, and we'll be able to pick you from this other side. Either you have a question. If you have a comment, I'll want you to make it very brief. But also, if you have a question, please make it as brief as possible. Don't explain your question. Sawa sawa. All right, let's go. I can see your hand on this far end. You can just introduce yourself, tell us where you come from, and then you give your question.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Okanda, for moderating. My question is to the only gent in the panel. By the way, to that gender role should also be working on the other side, isn't it? Affirmative action. No, he's not in the panel. He's not seated, so he was like discriminated a little bit. But so my question is, the National Youth Council in the current financial year got 89.6 million. Last year it was around 60.8 million. And one of the core functions is to promote research. However, when I go to the website, I'm not seeing any research reports that the NYC has done. I think over the past 5 or 10 years since the NYC Act was formed. So I was just asking, is there any way for us to find these reports? Can we visit the office in Bruce House to collect them for the people who are interested? And the second question, which is a little bit connected, is, again, in the budget, at least 106 billion was allocated for youth empowerment activities, though not directly to the NYC, but the government in different departments. So how is the NYC coordinating this? Does the NYC have any position on this? Any activity in terms of monitoring or being part of this? All these programs we've seen Kindiki, the vice president launching, the deputy president launching for youth funds. Is NYC involved? Or if it's not involved, is NYC doing something to lobby for young people to be represented in that? Thank you.
Yeah, direct and to the point. All right, I hope that is loaded and has landed as well. Do we have any other person with a question? Okay, can see your hand, Tess.
Again, thank you. He's given me a Newton moment to NYC. As he said, there's funding for research, and this goes back to, I'll call it a training needs assessment. And it reminds me of the project where youth were given motorbikes. So in the first place, as you're empowering these youth, do you do a needs assessment and factoring in that youth in different counties have different needs based on the context, their lived realities? So does any research go into informing what empowerment programs are needed on the ground, or we just churn out for the sake of saying we're churning out empowerment programs for the youth? Yes. And what's the place of research in what you do?
I think that can be enough for National Youth Council. Or you can continue asking. Any other person with a question? The last person, and then we get feedback. All right. Any other person? Okay, possibly you can start with Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. I think questions are good, and also feedback. On the first question, in terms of promoting research, number one is to appreciate that you have already done some research in terms of what we are supposed to get, or what we are getting currently, and what maybe we received last year. I'm not sure whether you have interacted with the website. Maybe after this we'll go through it with you, because I know there is some aspect of work, not directly done by us, but mostly secondary kind of information that is there. Starting with the last year budget, 69, just allocated from staff salaries, then you come to, we don't have a house, of course we lease, insurance and so such other expenses. Number two, maybe you can revisit on what happened after 2024, June 25th, in terms of what the guidance was. But just to reflect your mind is that the budget for research was taken to zero. That is one of the areas that maybe as part of measures that were put by the government, is that the research budget was to go to zero. Having said that, we have done a number of surveys and research work. It's a bit expensive, by the way, for full research. But what we do is that we really collaborate with the institutions from different backgrounds and also subject matters. Number two, if you look at the counties in terms of policy, because also including the research, also there is an aspect of proper policy, is that we really trying to support the counties to domesticate the Kenya Youth Development Policy 2019. And for your information, as at last year, I think we under zero draft in 27 counties, which we were trying to use the Council of Governors to ensure that every county maybe now takes it over, because our financial also was just to develop the zero draft. And some of the counties that you see maybe launching their county youth policies is as a result of that exercise, which was very inclusive in terms of young people from different counties coming up with their own youth policy on domesticating what we have. This was also through a collaboration with the UNDP and other youth survey organizations from different counties. The other questions, which are closely related in terms of the 106 million, let me admit that maybe you are ahead of me in terms of getting this figure. From my perspective, maybe even I can question the figure in terms of whether that is the only amount that is going to that project. But maybe I speak for National Youth Council. This is not money that came to National Youth Council. We are not directly involved in those empowerment. I'm very cautious in terms of my wordings. We are not involved. That's what I'm saying. But we participate, just like maybe Kenyans participate. And some of the areas that at least we are consultant through the leadership, whereby I know through the office of the deputy president, at least there are consultations that they engage our leaders, that is the CEOs from different agencies, because part of his budget, I think, is coordinating. Maybe that's where the idea was born. I can't speak for that. But what we do as National Youth Council is, of course, trying to lobby for that. And this is mostly determined by the data that we receive. I'm also trying now to link it to the second question in terms of whether these interventions just come or maybe they are guided by data. I believe they are guided by data. From my perspective. I'm talking from my perspective because the individual have not been involved, but if you look at National Council, any program that we come up with or any advisory that we make to different offices within the Republic of Kenya, we have to attach with it justifications.
Sorry, Bwana Johnson, we are out of time.
Yeah.
Just try to
So we really rely with data from our perspective. In terms of the motorbikes, I can't speak about that, but I believe the government institutions are usually guided by data. I assume so. In terms of that specific question. Thank you.
Well, it's political.
In terms of motorbikes, I am not, maybe a question for another institution, but from our perspective, maybe we don't have that data that they were taken or whether they were given. We just saw like as you saw. So
yeah, possibly, Bwana Johnson, the feedback that you might need to take to the National Youth Council is that if they can continue to make their work more visible and everything these young people are asking, it can help in terms of closing those gaps and filling in a lot of questions. But thank you so much for your candid feedback as well. All right, so I want to close this session. Is there anyone with a burning question? If there is no burning question, I want to throw up a question to my panelist, and I'll want you to respond to this question as we just close this panel session. You can also be giving your closing remarks. If you were to recommend, we'd actually invited the team from the Ministry of Youth Affairs, but they were busy, we assume. So if you're to recommend one immediate step to the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, what should they take to make sure that the Youth Bill 2024 is actionable and inclusive? Just one immediate step. Let's start with Bwana Johnson as we go to the other end.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I might be conflicted because also we had our memorandum. Okay. But as Terry said, I think the biggest thing is including what different in a proper way, like using National Youth Council maybe to relay your issues to different offices. Thank you.
Great. Let's go to Sandra.
I think mine is sort of captured in what he said around that aspect of meaningful participation throughout the cycle. So at that stage where submissions are being made, we did that, but then does it just stop at that? So how do we meaningfully how do we ensure that young people with disabilities, or rather organizations of persons with disabilities, then engage in that process in a way that it's actually meaningful and it contributes to their realities in that regard. And then, of course, issues around data, like I've just said, us disaggregating a lot of, when we're talking about, so it's youth, are they women, are they men, are they persons with disabilities, goes a long way in also guiding a lot of these policies and the implementation as well. Then in terms of way forward, I think it's very clear, and right now we're also seeing a lot of what is happening within the development sector. There's a lot of shrinking of support towards that space. So clearly it's up to us as people within that rights space. We are in the youth rights movement, women rights movement, the disability rights movement. It's up to us to speak in collective voices. You know, it's not that like the time for working in silos is now done. It's up to us to come together because we're all fighting for human rights, right? So us speaking in one voice, and we're all championing for the same cause. So yeah, that's what I would tell people. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Thank you very much. Right, Terry?
So mine is to say what they've said, but to emphasize that openness to access to data and inclusivity in the whole process from the ideation to execution, and accountability matters to all stakeholders. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We can put our hands together and just appreciate this panelist. We really want to hope that the conversation we have had, the deliberations we have come up with, they're going to be entrenched into the next steps. And we as the ambassadors, we as the people who are doing the work on the ground, will also just take one immediate step. If we could have had time, possibly I could have taken this mic around and just be like, what is one immediate thing you're going to do after this conversation? So I know there are researchers here, there are policy advocates here, there are SDG champions here, there are youth leaders from different, gentlemen from Baringo, right? Said Baringo? Yeah, so there's quite a lot that is happening in this room, and we hope through the initiatives that you're running, through the platforms that you're running, you're going to take this conversation to the next step. So my name is Eugene Okanda. I was your moderator for this panel discussion. We really want to appreciate you for your time. We can again put our hands together and appreciate this panel as they continue to have their seats. All right, thank you so much. That was my time. I want to hand it over back to Diana to take us to the next stage. Thank you, Diana.
Amazing, amazing, amazing job, Okanda, and our panelists. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your insights. Thank you, Johnson, Sarah, and Terry. Really appreciate your time. I want us to appreciate them again. We can do the 5 factorials. You know the 5 factorials? Believe you're all young. The 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. So, are we ready? Okay, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1. Thank you so much for the team, Terry, Johnson, Sandra, and Okanda for leading us through that. We are about to get to the end. And I know, Okanda, you were saying you would want to ask what everyone is going to do next. So we'll have Maurice come in and just take us through that. 10 minutes. And if 10 minutes on the dot, so that we can, I'm sure we've all gotten our meal cards. If you haven't gotten a blue paper, please don't throw it away. That is what is going to give you lunch. Yes, Maurice.
Hi, guys. So, finishing very fast. One of the key things that we really wanted you guys to join us, especially in the different engagement, is we want to engage beyond today. True or false? Or to cool a lunch, to the home. You have to make a choice either way. But the only model that we are able to engage, definitely 100% sure, not everyone can do everything and solve everything just because we are so many. It's quite important that we can a little bit separate each other so that now we can make a little bit of sense. If I am an expert on peace, to do a deep dive in regards to issues to do with peace. If I'm an expert on issues to do with employment, I can do a little bit of deep dive when it comes to issues to do with employment, which are the policies and which are the particular structures. So one of the key things that we developed in regards to the program that will make sure that every report, everything that is being discussed has to be put on paper, has to be looked into. It has to be done a little bit of research. I'm really sorry. I see people looking at this document and removing their eyes. I'm not bad. So we sat down and decided we make 3 working groups. I know that some people can see there is one group that has not been mentioned here, but I'll explain. So the 3 working groups. So we'll have one working group that is focused majorly on youth employment in the context specifically for the Kenyan context. Either this is through policy, which are the existing policies that are there. We have the AI strategy, we have the youth bill that has specific clauses when it comes to issues to do with employment and all these particular things. So their key focus is going to be looking at how do we build aspects of things to do with employment and so on and so forth in regards to the in regards to the different engagements that we're going to have. So some of the bills that they're going to be looking into is looking at the youth bill, looking at the AI strategy. Don't worry, I'll send these to you guys, so don't worry, don't get stressed a little bit. I'll send to you the core items. But it is the youth bill which has specific areas in regards to employment. We have the AI strategy, which has a little bit of the interconnection between AI and its role in regards to employment. We also have issues to do with also security and so on and so forth. Then the second working group is going to be focusing on issues to do with peace and security and cohesion, which I think I will share also later. So what some of the key focus areas is having discussions and engagements. For example, we'll be in Kwale to discuss on issues to do with insecurity and different areas. So the role of that particular working group is to make sure they get the action areas, the action points, which are the specific gaps. What are the solutions to those gaps that we have identified through the different engagements? Develop recommendations, develop policy papers that make sense, that now it is easier for us to share. But now their key focus is going to be on issues to do with peace and security. It can be political intolerance, it can be communal-based focus when it comes to issues to do with insecurity. It can be even issues to do with resource development and also sharing of resources. That can be the issue that is building on issues to do with peace and security. So how can we solve it? How can we build on it? We have the different strategy. You have the youth bill, definitely. We have the AI strategy, because something that maybe the National Youth Council can ask, how do we make sure that we use AI to build structures so that we can identify which are the core root causes of issues to do in security, specifically for a specific region, especially if you have been building solutions on issues to do in security of this particular area and it is not solving. Sometimes you need something that can optimize so that it can look at all the issues. Which is the consistent issue that keeps on coming up, so that now in the next time we're doing a budget, we are keep focusing on solving that, then how can we build away from that? So the working group is going to focus particularly in the different engagements. Then the last working group is going to be now focused on inclusion, meaningful youth participation. So we have the National Youth Council, which has different structures. We have government, which has different structures. We have county governments, because remember, we are going to be in counties, so we'll be meeting counties. Counties have different structures. So how are these particular structures building consensus in regards to the implementation and realization of these particular policies? So you might find Nairobi County, even if we have the big bill or the big strategy, there are specific things that it is focused on. Kwale County might have its own core focus on whatever it is going to implement based on the financial year and whatever was pushed for during the budget cycle. So how do we make sure that there's someone who said young people want solutions, but they want it immediately. So how do we build consensus, especially among us young people, and tell them, okay, yeah, we need to help, we need to build structures that are solving on issues to do with insecurity, but it's going to take a little bit of time, because there is, in regards to insecurity in the coastal region, this is what government is focusing on, maybe on issues to do with particularly recruitment. So the different areas that the working groups are going to do is, if you guys remember the National Youth Governance mandate, the big document that I said is going to be one of the outputs. So whatever we're going to do is all the outputs that we're going to be getting from these working groups. 11 months from now, we will meet here again. Then we will sit down and we'll say, okay, the working group that did on peace and security, we moved, we did every single thing. Please share with us. This other working group, please share with us. Then now we sit down as all the groups and see how do we make sure that now this can be put into an actionable document that is able now to be shared either to the National Youth Council, to the government, to the counties, also to the institutions that you guys are running, because I've heard people are running also bigger institutions that are bringing different people together so that you can also see which are the specific areas that we are going to particularly implement. Use this to help you understand the key things, for example, which are the alignments, which are the realities that we're going to be focusing on, which is the main group, and also which are the priority recommendations. We're not going to tell you to answer now and tell us now, definitely. This is something that needs a little bit of time. Taking a bill and sitting down with it, going to counties and getting recommendations, writing them down, takes a little bit of time. So whatever we're going to do is, because we don't want to keep you guys, we'll share more details via email, share more aspects that in regards to these particular working groups. The goodness with you guys is when you fill your Google form, you already picked specific areas that you guys are going to be focusing on. Sorry, I keep on repeating. I almost cussed. Keep on repeating. So those are the working groups. Those are the particular things that we really need to come up with. So we're not just doing forums. There's something, we were having a conversation with Okanda, and we were saying, we just don't want to do forums, we don't want to sit, talk, complain, point fingers, then leave and go home. We have to have something that is tangible, that when we are going to sit with the ministry, or we're going to have the end of the project, we can say, no. We complained the first day to the National Youth Council about budgets, but now we have a little bit of a recommendation and say, if you're going to give out motorbikes, don't give it through the State House office, give it through the National Youth Council, because the National Youth Council has to have a monitoring and evaluation system to make sure that if you're supporting young people, whom are you supporting, for what is the particular impact, has it worked, has it not worked? You see? So that instead of giving everyone, I've not heard people from Kakamega being given bicycles. Inclusion. We are not being included. And we are the people who ride bicycles. I'm hungry. But, so yes, I wanted just to go through it, to go faster. You might see my email so much, don't worry. That's me. But at the end of the day, I really wish that we'll continue this conversation, but now more into a practical aspect in regards to what are we going to implement and what are we going to do. But thank you so much, man, for guys coming, listening to me, and also listening to others. And I hope that you guys are going to have an awesome time. Thank you, and have a great time. Diana. Yeah.
A round of applause for Maurice. Thank you very much for that. So we are definitely at the tail end. So I want to just have the closing remarks. So I want to invite Stella from SDG Kenya Forum to just give a closing remarks and vote of thanks.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. Good afternoon. You know, I'm the one standing between you and your lunch. So if you don't talk, I will also not talk. And then we will stay here, and then we will miss our lunch, and then we'll go home. So good afternoon once again. Oh, that's better. Okay. So as Diana said, my work is very short, very brief. I don't want to take much of your time. I know some of us were here as early as 8, and it's already past midday, but thank you very much for your patience, for your tolerance, and also for your engagement. They were very insightful. I'm just thinking if we could be here and just talking to ourselves, we are not getting feedback. The rapporteur doesn't know what to write because there are no conversations, there are no engaging conversations that are coming in, but thank you very much. This is just the beginning of the project. It was a simple inception meeting. As Maurice said, we will be engaging you further next year. The first activity will be happening in February in Uasin Gishu. So this project will be implemented in Uasin Gishu and Kwale County. And then based on the response that we will get, we will still meet here again
sometime in July, August, to review how the project was, to see the outcome, and to see how best we can be able to engage even past 2026. One thing that really stood out for me, and I want us to echo it from Sandra, anything for us without us is? So can we say it together? Anything? Absolutely. So we being here, it means we also need to see how best we can be able to amplify our voices, youth voices, not just in this room, but even in the communities that we work with, at the national level, at the regional level, and also at the global level. Tusikwe tu tunakuja meeting, tunatik, sauti yetu inanyamaza, ting, alafu tunaenda. We should also see how best we can ensure our voices count. Also, in the spirit of leaving no one behind, I know our AD read a very amazing speech. We will ensure that we are still able to engage you further. Not just today, not just tomorrow, not just December, but we will continue to engage you from time to time because we also need your views, we need your engagement, and we also need your input. The forum cannot be the forum without the voices of the youth. Sinikweli. And all of us cannot be here if our voices are not well amplified. So we'll keep on writing more proposals, and we will continue engaging you further. So besides that, I definitely look forward to meeting you again. Perhaps this will be the last activity for the year. Some of us will meet during the multi-stakeholders conference. We also have the youth pre-conference that will be happening next week on Friday. I hope again to see most of you in that youth pre-conference. So we'll share more details for the meeting. And it is always good engaging with you, with all of you. So I don't have much to say. I don't want to bombard you with a lot of words. But asanteni sana, and we also want to appreciate our online participants. Possibly we can have one of them say something. I know we have had some of them following us again from 8 a.m. So you see, it is also good for us to recognize them. So perhaps a volunteer from online. Or I call. So perhaps we can listen from Marion Namarome. Marion? Or Mercy? I see Mercy, you're on mute. Mercy, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Stella. Hi, good afternoon to you all. So this is Mercy Chelangat, and I am a member of the European Union Youth Sounding Board. And we've really had some wonderful session. It's been really insightful. We've been able to follow you guys here from home. And what has really captured my attention was the various contribution and the fact that someone mentioned there that having youths at the decision-making table, it's not a favor, but it's something that is rightfully theirs. Thank you so much, and looking forward to connecting with you more as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mercy. A round of applause to Mercy. Yeah, I hope Mercy umesikia hiyo makofi. We can also have Marion Namarome, kindly. Marion, you're clapping, you're not speaking.
Here I am. Okay. And this has been a very amazing session, following and seeing the different views from the different people, the different youth specifically, airing out the things that we've been wanting for a very long time has been amazing. This is the birth of the many other discussions and, action for us to take. And I'm glad that I was part of this virtually, but yeah, very fulfilling. Thank you.
Thank you, Marion. We also have Sarah Musau. I think, Sarah, we would like to hear your voice.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. This
Good
is
afternoon, Sarah.
From Gated Community Center, GCC, and we specifically work with youth with disabilities. And for me, all the points that have been raised have really resonated with the work that we do. And the good thing is we already selected some of the groups that we want to be part of, and we are really looking forward to contribute in this group. So thank you so much. Appreciate this platform. Bye.
Thank you very much, Sarah. So I had some gentlemen saying, where are the men? Apparently we didn't have gentlemen in the call, sadly. But we'll do better next time. So I also want us to give a round of applause to ourselves. So this, wait. So this side, please clap for this side. Hiya, this side, clap for this side. Hiya, the ones behind Kina Morris, we will clap for those ones. Stella, you did not clap, kindly clap. Okay. Hiya, this side, please clap for them. Hiya, asanteni sana. Back to the MC for the day.
Oh, thank you so much, Stella. Those are amazing closing remarks. We are at the end in good time, since you're still around 1 o'clock and something. So if you are used to having your lunch anytime between 1 and 2, I believe we have not done a disservice to you. But I hope all of us have been able to learn, have been able to contribute, and have steps that they can take up from here. Let's keep networking also even after this. I think there are people who've forgotten. Our media team, thank you very much for the good job. You guys are on another level. Just seeing the camera is moving around. So clap for the media team. Stella, please share with us the link for those photos. So, and remember, even if you post, that's not the end. We still have a lot of work to do. This is just the beginning. I have been your MC. Again, my name is Diana Kaburu, and I'm very happy to have been with you today. Asanteni sana. Where's the lunch? Oh, yes. We did not start with a word of prayer, so we want to at least end with one. So is there a volunteer to pray, or I nominate? In-house pastor. It's a whole package.
All right, we can all rise for a word of prayer. I'm a tuimbe national anthem kwanza. All right, we can sing the first stanza of our national anthem and then we pray. In English, huh? What is the first stanza? Okay, ungoja mpewe key. Deliberations that we have had and the conversations that we have had, we want to ask, oh God, for the wisdom that was upon Daniel when he stood for what was right, the wisdom that was upon Joseph when he stood, Lord God Almighty, and he was able to spearhead policy, food security, oh God, in a nation, oh God. We want to ask that the same wisdom will rest upon each one of us, that you'll help us, Father God, to continuously push for what is right in the name of Jesus Christ. Keep us in perfect peace as we go home. We even thank you for the food that is before us as we partake of it to receive with thanksgiving. Continue keeping us safe, and when you'll give us another opportunity to meet again, we'll be mindful to give you thanks. We honor you and we bless you. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit we pray.
Amen. So the food is